I'm gonna bring the meeting to order. I'm Don Berube from 135 River Road.
Mike Wayne, Select Board Rep.
Carrie Mackinnon, Community Development Director.
Kim McDaniel, 117 Page Road.
David Glazer, 80 Peasley Road.
Michael Lawton, 3 Ace Drive.
Jonathan Petrangelo, 5 Whittier Drive.
Sandy Crystal, One Shoreview Drive.
And we also have Matt Monahan from New
Adam,
Hampshire Central Regional Planning. Are you there?
Hi, I'm here.
All right,
Adam.
and we have Adam. Are you here, Adam?
I'm here, yep.
Adam Sandoval, who will be voting in roll call votes tonight. Also, Mike Lawton, pretty sure has been moved to a regular member, but he will be voting tonight regardless. So with that,
We need a motion to allow Adam to participate remotely.
oh,
I move that we allow Adam Sandell to participate.
Second.
those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Who was that second? I didn't, think.
And then Adam, is there anyone in the room with you?
Adam?
No, nobody in the room, just me.
Thank you.
So, and the first thing that we're gonna do is we have a non-public session, so we need a motion to go into non-public.
So
We're gonna
moved.
go down to,
We need to indicate the reason is,
Or is it?
we have a email from the lawyer.
yeah, so just,
To discuss.
it's 91A:3 to L.
RSA 91-A:3 L.
This is
No,
two,
excuse me, 2.
and then section L to review attorney
Consider-
information.
So I'll make a motion to go into private or non-public session to review information from town council.
I'll second.
Okay, who was that?
Jonathan,
Jonathan.
all those in favor?
You have to.
Aye.
It's a roll call vote.
Oh, it's a roll
That's
call.
right.
Yes.
Yeah. So which, obviously Adam won't be able to go. So Mike Wayne? how do you vote?
Aye.
Yes, no, vote. David?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Jonathan? Sandy?
Aye.
Myself, aye. So with that, we're gonna go down to the other room instead of making everybody leave this room, and we'll be right back.
We'll be back.
Hey, Carrie, did you want me, to jump on that? On the Zoom for that?
Yes, please, I'll get you up on my
Okay.
phone.
Okay, I'm gonna log off here and log in there.
Okay.
I am so confused by that, because he's supposed to go too. Sorry, I don't. According. I have the. I've done this all. And. I mean, if no one's.
Yeah. Are you coming to the?
I need to come.
Yeah,
Well, it's like, well.
yeah. Like, oh, Baylor's here.
I used to be.
Yeah, like I'm getting. Yeah, right.
Oh. Those people mess around. Money. Got trillions of dollars. $10,000. You could do this $10,000. If you run out of money, there's more under the seal. It's like. Oh, yeah. And I guess they walk around and again.
Yeah, I remember that.
At least you can. I know some guys that why. First, this is good. Why do you like Jen? You had a good try. So even I should be always riding around.
But all of that just seems. So when you walk on the faster.
He still goes in and helps training classes.
Oh. That's the only kind of. Do you drive now? Yeah. Well, I used to live in Boston. So it's not. Oh, you did? The EMF class? No, that was not. I lived in.
Last minute. Yeah.
I'm a native. How many years did you to be a native? Oh, okay, you're like this. It's funny because it was so everything. It went to cycle. After the morning. And on the wall. I can't really find it.
Pay for it. That's awesome.
I don't know, I just heard that. Like an antique, you know.
The non-bubbly.
And we're out there, I'm like, who's done? First one is.
This.
Yeah. Chair. I know. The light.
Just like that's. Yeah, that's.
It's close. It wouldn't go out, you know, it's not all that, you know, it's far, but it's on the right. You know, and Ramona Brett, you know. But we just, you know, just a 4-mile hike. You know, so. You know. But it was just a space. Look at Tyson.
I thought you were still down there.
I was in the bathroom.
Really?
That's was saying here, sorry. No, I did, we got to that little cafe and I had just. Yeah. That bank. Couple more. And I kept my market there.
Thank you.
And I did.
Much.
And then I went right to the library. And I realized.
There you go.
Thank you. Yeah.
Database. It's harder to access.
You're gonna see someone else say,
Yeah.
oh, no. So you can go to him.
That's what you.
No.
Lately, told me about. You're shooting. They're pretty good. Lately, you're just. That one night.
Oh, yeah.
I know.
Manchester.
They still will eventually carry you. Well, they can. Yeah.
Be there a while.
No.
Anybody?
So what I would do is that.
You want to have people, right?
I. That's why it's really serious. Especially.
He's quite an expert. This information. He's done everything. People go on to the right, but they were on, see the right.
No, I will. And I probably should have.
Well,
But I didn't. But nonetheless, I can do that. Since that. I do too. On the recording stage. I don't think. Especially. Well.
That's my left. My dominant.
Right.
I mean, I didn't realize. that I had numbers. Okay. Wait, there was 501 inside. Okay. Oh. So, my eye. And when they. That was one that I always heard them. I understand. What are you? Now, and so For 26 files. Definitely not. All right, well, because you could use. Yeah, it could have. It could be. I don't get it. It's just. It's the only one. No, that's like. Yeah. Wait a minute. Yeah, I have. Yes. So I have. Playing. Out there, and I still. Down the way down. So that's. Right. You know, when I went over, so, I just got these in the bag. I'm so good. When I got, you know, after the, food board, I Yeah, because I had to go there and not finish. So, you know, in a couple of weeks. So I put something on, if you have something. Not the way it's the way it's that. This was free. But then I got someone. That's what I wanted to do, but. February 9th. But it's because, but again. So I did, I called Dad Storms. And then I. Anyway. I said this was a big difference. Different, doesn't seem like a thing.
I just wanted to see.
That I like. Regular, the makers that I have other. Please. So there's really.
My kids were out in school and they were not.
I have to say that. And it was. No, I go, my God. I'm giving you the big. So it doesn't matter what. Yeah. Because I what's the. My reading was.
Remember.
He wants to laugh. I mean, you know, the consumer thank you. I haven't loved what we're doing. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes. No.
You're white and I. Hey, I just, so it's still. Usually with you. I don't want to get it. Yeah. Oh, it's not.
And then. But I, like,
Where's my?
No, I know.
Pretty late.
Like this.
Yeah, it's, I guess we learned a lot of that.
yeah. You know, yeah.
Nobody let me go. Here's my head.
My brand. And.
Yeah.
So, I got no plan, my party, back to. And I want. So. And that's. It didn't express it, even though. Yeah. Like that. You know.
It's all straight. It's not going.
Yeah, just.
No, yeah. It's pretty good. I had my.
nips, we had literally all kinds of stuff. No, just. You might want, that is really funny. So. But I was. Weird. No, it was recreational. It was. It's 200. Outside? Oh. That's. Well, no, that's better. Yeah.
Well, no, but here's the thing.
That one, yes.
Baby. There would be weight. Yeah, but.
Okay.
Yeah, well, actually, before.
Oh, another.
Yeah. That now.
Again,
It's.
Yeah, so, you know, some person.
I'm good.
I'm not surprised. Not that they.
Here's two odd.
I know.
Now. Yeah, I mean, I gave you this.
Part of it is literally some of the.
Back to here.
For Adam to come back on.
Yeah,
They're waiting, they're in the waiting room.
people might have stopped. Break or something.
Side to the audience.
This one downstairs. We lose Mike. So the other people on here are this other residents?
What was that?
The other people on this are just residents?
No, they're all the engineers.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, no one from the public is on.
okay.
It's streaming to YouTube for the public, but no one.
Oh, right,
Public
that's
joins.
Okay, everybody back? All right. So we're gonna go back into regular session now. And we are on application 412-22, Town of Bow, Rising Tide Towers. PWSF CUP continuation. So one of the first things that I have to ask you as the applicant, and basically for your consent is, since we had to delay the last meeting because of the snow, we're past the 65 days. We need consent from you to basically continue to tonight after the 65 days. Do you consent to that?
Yeah, we do consent to that.
Okay.
And just for the record, Pat Robinson, Vice President, Project Management with Rising Tide Towers.
Thank you. Okay, so we can move on from here. Did we get Matt back too? And,
We have Matt and Adam.
okay.
Yep, I'm here.
We got that. We, could we talk about the third party review a little bit and what we've seen there first?
That's probably a good idea.
Thing. So on the residents and abutters request, the town did get third party review. What was that engineer's name?
IDK.
IDK,
His name is
Ivan.
Ivan.
Yep,
It's in your bag.
yes, which showed the coverage maps. The big question was, would it work as well at a lower height and get which from their showing, and they were looking at actually what a bottom antenna would do on a 190-foot tower at 160 feet. And then they also did at 150-foot tower, 120-foot tower, which and what I've seen dropped significantly. I know everybody else on the board did that, and if you have any other
Yeah,
comment on looking at that.
summary says. At 150 feet, degradation starts to appear. And they're naming areas right around the school.
Yeah.
Like that's what they're focusing on, White Rock Hill, Cherry Pond and Timon.
So with that, if anybody else got anything they want to add to that?
A question about that.
Sure.
Because I'm a layman here, this analysis as compared to the applicants was similar.
Yeah, do you want to allow the applicant to respond to it and see if they?
Sure. I mean, I'm sure you guys seen if, I mean,
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, there you go.
Obviously, what we portrayed in previous meetings, showing the coverage layers. Obviously, we're trying to provide the most coverage to the town to include the school areas. So with that, obviously, we looked at what IDK did. We do agree with what he's showing. And it's really basically saying the same thing we are, that if we do look at lowering the tower and allowing other co-location to happen on the tower, meaning Verizon wants to come along after we install AT&T, you're going to see the degradation and you're not going to see the pool covered. You're not going to see other areas of the town covered like we're predicting. So.
I don't know if it's public. The contract with the town requires school coverage. I know there's some debate about what's public and what's not. I don't know
Well, at
what
this
is and what's
point-
not.
David, it is public because we do have a signed contract.
So what does the contract call for? Mike or David?
there's a requirement for coverage at the school.
Yes,
Yeah, and there's also a requirement that Verizon be on the tower within 3 years or the penalty. Say, but I believe the both of those are contained.
yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Good question. We didn't know that. We didn't have that last time, right?
No, we
Yeah,
did
we
not
did
have a
not have
signed,
that.
we did not have a signed contract.
Fair enough.
We got more info now. Anything else on the peer review? So a couple of things that we, definitely wanted to make sure. I lost my cheat sheet that had that. Is the location of the tower. How did you guys come to that spot on that property? Obviously, it was gonna be on that town property, but what? Did you look at the other parts of the property and how did you come to that spot?
So again, so what we showed initially, when we do a search area for a site, we come up with a search area ring. So a lot of times a pin will get just stuck on a map. Obviously, once that happens, that's not a surveyed location. So what we did was we actually did a site walk with our engineer. Actually, the town manager was with us, and that's when we actually put a stake in the ground for the location that we looked at as being optimal to provide the coverage that we want to see. One of the areas that was where the original pin was, there were some wetlands in the area. And obviously, we wanted to look at gaining a little bit of elevation. So we did go to a higher point on the property. We didn't pick the highest point. Obviously, we wanted to look at meeting setbacks from the abutters in that area. And then we basically had the survey completed after that. So that's where you see the difference in roughly 330, 340 feet of difference in what the actual pin where the tower is going to be. So that's basically how that worked out. And obviously, again, we're looking for optimal coverage to provide to the town.
Yeah. So, and also, obviously, not being in the wetland helps.
It absolutely does. And that's where we did have a environmental engineer go out after our first meeting back in November. And they went out and said that there is no wetland delineation that needs to happen in that area.
And then there's also soil tests as well, that, make sure the soil's suitable, and then, anything moving, it's still subject to the possibility of a lit tower based on a different glide path. So that's all kind of worked in our favor as well, with the no light being in that location. Makes it kind of a.
So on that property, if it was
If we move.
at the other end of the property,
It's
what
all
about?
subject to re-permitting every single step.
Yeah,
which-
No, I know, I'm asking, when you were looking at it and choosing that spot, that's the, how we got to there and not another spot.
That is correct. Yes.
And I guess one of the questions also is, I know that location had been, I guess, one of some that you had looked at, and that I think you may have looked at or been given other potential town locations to look at.
Correct. And this one was optimal.
Okay.
Can you tell us a little more about like other sites you looked at, like what wasn't optimal about other sites?
Basically looking at the optimal coverage for the roads and neighborhoods and also the school. That's what we were looking at.
What else did we have to touch on? There was some.
I think that was it.
Things that came out of the private session.
Yeah.
What do you do in terms of the public hearing? I mean,
That was put down in error.
We did
I know, that was-
advertise that we were gonna bring this.
That's an error.
I know it's an error, but I don't know.
So on this, which we have a separate application to. For this anyways, this is for the conditional use permit. For this plan, that we already did. Public hearing on, I will open it up again. If it's stuff that we talked about in the past. Save it, like I said, we are gonna have another public hearing on. Approving the site plan itself
Tonight.
tonight, right after this, we're gonna move right in. But if we have. If anybody else has anything that they would like to add for the PUP, I'm gonna open the public hearing and.
To start off, I did put a number of emails and letters into their electronic files, which hopefully you all had a chance to see. Before the last meeting that was canceled due to poor weather, I received around 20 mail responses largely from people supporting the tower, a few people with concerns, but I hope you all had a chance to look at those.
Hi, my name's Rob Parisian. I live at 15 Hay Turnpike. And I'd like to speak about the ordinances, and I think this applies to both the CUP and the other. That's okay. It takes a couple minutes. Good evening, and members of the planning board and selectmen and other town citizens. What's before the planning board this evening is the issue of waiving the ordinances to allow the company Rising Tide Towers to proceed with development. We think that there are important points that may have been overlooked and should be emphasized. And I speak to you tonight to review a few of these ordinances and a few other points of clarification. There are 3 points that I will argue. As a preface, I have to say again that I'm not against building a tower somewhere on the land in question, but this application as proposed is wildly inconsistent with the town's ordinances and must therefore be rejected. The first point is that the particular site where the trees have already been cut is not a necessary place and should be moved deeper into the woods at a similar altitude. The second point is that the height proposed by RTT, 190 feet, is inconsistent with the town's ordinances and not necessary. And the third point is that the tower is required to be camouflaged. So let me explain. Our town has in place well-crafted zoning ordinances set up to protect the town. And section 7.10 is about radio, TV tower, antenna, and PWSF, which stands for Personal Wireless Service Facility. Section E on location, subsection, section E2A is about height. And the ordinances read, personal wireless service facility shall not exceed 90 feet in height, 90 feet in height. And also the height of any structure will be the minimum necessary in order to transmit and receive commercially feasible transmissions. And further, the intent to serve a large area with one tall installation will not be accepted as justification of height. Multiple minimum towers are preferred and may be required. The ordinances are fairly clear on this point. And we believe that the applicant has shown no convincing evidence that their proposed 190-foot tower is the minimum necessary height as specified. In contradistinction, you've been given a report by IDK, which if you read it carefully, as I believe I have, they reports the worst case scenario is that degradation does not start until the tower height is reduced to 150. It's very clear in the last paragraph. So on this point, there's no reason why 190 feet is required. The town does not have to waive the ordinance on this point, but may choose to allow a smaller tower or may choose to deny the waivers so that the issue can be adequately studied and other companies can make proposals. Secondly, the tower must be camouflaged. This is specified in section 710E2B. And this is very important. A PWSF facility located in a wooded area must be camouflaged, I'm reading from the ordinance, to blend in with the natural character of such area and must employ stealth technology in order to make the site less obtrusive to surrounding properties in the community. RTT does not want to do this and wants the town to waive this ordinance. Why? Because I think it's a financial decision. They make less money. They make towers and sell them for profit. And what is driving this decision, I believe, is nothing more than that. At the town's expense. Do not let this happen. The choice is what is beneficial for the town of Bow versus what is financially beneficial for the applicant's company. It's really that simple. Please support the town and respect the historical decisions that led to the creation and persistence of these ordinances. Thirdly, the location is too close to existing properties. And I think this is mentioned sort of tangentially in 710E3 on location prioritization. Any new personal wireless facility shall be located in accordance with town priorities, and an applicant shall show proof of having exhausted each option before moving on to succeeding options. Regarding the precise GPS location, the location as proposed by RTT does not meet town priorities, and they most certainly have not shown proof of seriously looking at other sites in the 60+ acre area. There's plenty of other places that are just as high, as you'll hear later tonight. And this company has already chosen an exact site where the trees have already been cut less than 300 feet from my property and less than a similar distance from Steve and Susan Nichols' property. There is nothing particular about this exact location that makes it necessary for RTT to build here. So that brings us to the issue tonight, the waivers. For the benefit of this board and for the members of the community, I want to point out that waivers can in fact be granted to the ordinances, but they have to be done in a specific way. Section G in the ordinances is on waivers. The planning board may grant waivers to these regulations, provided that a majority of the board finds that the criteria set forth in Article 13(2)(b)(2)(a) for unnecessary hardship of the zoning ordinance has been satisfied. So what is this Article 13(2)(b)(a) about authorization of these variances? It states that it is incumbent upon the applicant to show that a literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship. The paragraph further states that there must be special conditions of this exact property that distinguish it from other properties in this area, and that the proposed use is a reasonable one. But we argue that there's nothing particularly special about this exact part of this 60+, I think it's 68 acre area. And even if it is somehow special, and this is important, it's not special in a way that makes it appropriate to waive these requirements. And we find it to be unreasonable because it adversely affects our property and property values. And even more importantly, please pay attention to this point. 13(2)(b)(2)(d) states that if an authorization of a variance is to be granted, and you have that power, no diminution in the value of the surrounding properties would be suffered as a result. This is very clear and unambiguous. If you choose to waive these ordinances, you're bound by this provision. And I want to make sure everyone listening understands this explicitly. We have, and you have been given in a packet, photographs of the balloon test that we did, showing what we will see from our property. And this tower projects over 120 feet above the canopy, and it is incontrovertible that this would affect our property value. And I will defend my property value at all costs. I will fight this vigorously, and I will use every legal tool at my disposal to do so, and I think you would too. So in summary, before us tonight are the requests for waivers to the zoning ordinances, specifically location, camouflage, and height. And you can choose to waive one, more than one, or preferably none of these. You do have a choice tonight. Do the right thing for the town. Do not allow yourselves to be browbeaten by this company. I think it would be a mistake to do so. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Will Crocker, 5 Crockett Drive in Bow. So the town is jumping the gun on this cell tower. This company has been pushed on us as the only option for Bow. And we as the town have to take them as the only company, or else Bow doesn't get cell service. There's been no due process. There's been no independent review of the application until today. All negotiations have taken place behind closed doors, and we, the townspeople, aren't allowed to see the lease until after everything's been signed and it's legally binding. This town has no plan going into this negotiation. We don't know where the best place to put a cell tower is in this town to give us the best coverage, other than the word of a for-profit company who is trying to get the most out of their investment. We have essentially put it smack dab in the middle of town, and RTT has already admitted this tower will not cover the whole town. And at least a second tower, maybe a third tower, will be necessary to give 95% or better coverage to the town. Maybe 2 towers on the outskirts of town with coverage merging in the middle is a better option. Only an independent review and a cell tower master plan would tell us this. We've addressed the zoning regulations. It's been mentioned that they're outdated and need to be rewritten. Something that isn't outdated is the town master plan, which was written in 2017, goes into great detail multiple times that the most important thing people value about Bow, among other things, is the conservation of its natural resources. And I'm quoting the town plan here: more bike and nature walking trails were the most highly desired services, end quote. My property backs right up to the town land this cell tower is going to go on. I purchased my property because of the land and the trail system back there. I walk and mountain bike with my dog there in the summer. I snowshoe with my daughter in the winter. I hunt back there in the fall. A major theme of the Bow Town, the Bow Tomorrow section of the master plan is making sure the town preserves the open spaces and recreational trails that exist within the town. Again, quoting the master plan, it is important to protect open space areas to allow residents to continue to access the desirable rural character that originally attracted them to the town, end quote. When asked what services the citizens of Bow wanted to see from the town, the number 2 most important thing was more biking and nature walking trails. And when asked what resources the people would like to see the town protect, they wanted the protection of forests, the protection of wildlife habitat, the expansion of town forests, and the expansion of conservation lands. Those were the 4 of the top 9 answers. I get all sorts of wildlife from my backyard, from deer, bear, fox, coyote, turkey, bobcat. If it lives in New Hampshire, it's walked through my backyard and by my Ring camera, because those animals live back there. I've seen deer cross right through where the fence is going to go. I've heard turkeys gobble at first light as they fly down from the roost in the trees they're going to cut down.
I know there's wildlife back there, and I don't think the turkeys are gonna really,
So I'm getting.
yeah, okay, let's move on past the animals, I get that.
The plan encourages property owners, in this case, the town itself, to consider the wildlife while managing their properties. It says landowners should be educated on the location of wildlife corridors and reserve techniques, research techniques they can employ to help preserve and protect those areas. The plan also states that business should be sited on land that is already developed for business and zoned as such. And that the town should preserve the separation of commercial and industrial zones from rural and residential portions of town. Yet we are here to discuss putting a 190-foot tower right in the middle of a residential and rural zone. One thing mentioned in the master plan was the need for an impact fee ordinance. When this tower gets erected, it will greatly impact that open space, the wildlife within it, and the recreation that takes place back there. Has an impact fee been discussed? Another major aspect of the master plan is preserving the scenic views that make up Bow's identity. Bow offers numerous views of rolling hills and tree-lined landscape that flourishes with color in the fall and will be obstructed by an ungodly metal monstrosity. The plan states these views are protected only by the willingness and desires of the landowners, and since the town is the landowner in this case, should do everything in its power to protect the natural resources it has under its care. Many residents express concern that the rural character of Bow, with its quote natural forests and treasured scenic views, may be lost due to future development. If you let this tower get built, you are ruining this view and this recreational space for at least a generation. One of the town's main objectives, specifically spelled out in the plan, is to preserve the rural character by creating design standards that reflect best practices and to guide development that is appropriate for Bow following this master plan. And I quote, if I've lost you up to here, I recommend you listen to this. Many times decisions are made on land without land use without the benefit of a unifying plan to coordinate the actions. The result is development that does not take into account the town's unique characteristics and sense of place, end quote. Interestingly, the town asked how the residents viewed their cell phone coverage in town. 45% of residents said it meets their needs. That's not a majority, but it's also not the overwhelming minority that everyone seems to think it is. It's not like only 15% said their coverage was acceptable. Almost half the town was satisfied with the coverage. We're putting the cart before the horse, trying to jam this cell tower through the planning process. We shouldn't rely on the cell tower company to tell us what's right for Bow. We are talking about a 30-year lease on this land. Not only that, but a 30-year marriage with Rising Tide Towers. You've seen the character of this company firsthand throughout this approval process. Is this really the company you want to be doing business with for the next 30 years? I propose a moratorium on this cell tower until we can make a cell tower master plan that aligns with the town's master plan. Once we have that, then we can bring in the cell tower companies to build the towers. We shouldn't be piecemealing this cell coverage. We need professional guidance. Rising Tide is not guaranteeing coverage to the schools, which is the main reason for the safety argument of this tower. They also aren't guaranteeing one of the most popular carriers will even go on this tower. If it was in the best interest of Bow to put a cell tower of this height on this piece of property, it wouldn't have taken 2 separate polls to whip up enough votes to get this approved. This planning board also wouldn't be having such a hard time with the decision. There wouldn't be so much pressure from outside sources to make sure it passes. It would have already been a done deal. It has taken 3 meetings so far and lots of back and forth because a cell tower of this size does not belong on that piece of property. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Hi, Christina Parisian, 15A Branch Learning Turnpike East. I will try to keep it to things that are.
Please.
Okay.
Heard it already?
I know. So let me just first talk about, and I think part of the problem is that there has been a lack of strategic plan, it seems, from the select board, like what are they going after? I'm glad to hear that they're going after the school because it's been confusing to all of us. So first of all, the site, the 62-acre site, may I ask you a question? May I ask him a question, Mr. Robinson?
Yes.
How did you find the 62 acres when you walked it? How did it strike you? What was it like?
The town actually came to us.
No, but you said you walked along the acreage and I just want to know, what was your
Yeah.
impression of it?
We don't, yeah, we're not gonna go down.
Okay, that's fine.
I asked those questions on how they got to that.
That's why I asked you about
And that's-
that question.
Yeah, no,
So here is a photo of the site, 711 feet altimeter, same altimeter used all day. And that's the spot. That's their site. Okay. So then they said, oh, a little ways away, the way that where they originally had it, it was kind of wet. It's not. I walk this area all the time. You'll see dogs in the picture.
I will stay with the wet area. I'm glad they're not in.
Yeah,
I know
we
you say it's not wet, but
have the wetlands maps there too. And this is not.
well,
But so the wetland maps are not wet. And why would you guys approve a 62 acre wet site? You know, why would you?
it's not a 62 acre site.
That the wetland map that we have does not show all the wetlands. The wetlands have to be field identified, which is why we told them that they had to have a wetland scientist
Yeah.
confirm that where they were putting their tower did not have a wetland.
And the reason I asked if they walked the land, like I walk the land, like a lot of people walk the land, is the land is very hilly. The land has a couple little streams that actually the Bow Pioneers have nicely put bridges across, most of them. And it's actually quite dry, is my point. So 710 feet, 1 foot difference was kind of where they originally had it. Nice and high. There's nothing wet around it. And that's the site right where they originally had it. Now, if we go to a site that I think a lot of other people.
We're missing a big part of the site. You're looking on the ground. This is, and we got to go.
I'm talking
That's-
elevation. It's elevation, 710 feet.
There's more than just that elevation to it. There's this proximity of,
Yeah, and this is, you can see right where it is. It's close to the road. This is where they originally had it, basically. But it's, there's a road, a dirt road that runs right through there. This is actually still accessing from the other part of the road. Okay, and they work in northern Maine. They're used to getting to hard accessible sites. Okay, so the last place is 695, a little bit lower, right smack dab in the middle of the property, right off the dirt road there too. Nice and flat, nice and dry. All I'm saying is that there are many other sites to choose from. There is nothing about this site that is special that shows hardship. Okay,
I mean this with most respect, but what expertise do you have in designing cell phone towers? Is they say it's not just in elevation, it's about what's around the elevation.
and I wish.
Let me finish,
Mhm.
please. What hill is in between that and the high school? So what expertise do you have in that?
I do not have expertise in it, but I wish the cell phone company had given us, or the cell tower company had given us more. Most tower companies, when I read about them, will actually choose a bunch of different sites, float balloons and talk to the town about it. But we don't have that choice with this company. They didn't even choose to float a balloon. So we have to take this upon ourselves. I wish there was an expert who had gone through the property and allowed us to walk and look at it. But unfortunately, this is all we have. So
Okay, so you don't have any expertise in designing.
no, and the cell company did not do its due diligence either. Okay,
Did consent to float a balloon, but we had to cancel because of weather.
and they never floated again. They said they were going to reschedule it.
So we did.
So we did, which is embarrassing. Okay, so the camouflage, which was already brought up, but let me just tell you that Henniker just went through this in 2021. And the cell tower company didn't want to camouflage either, because they're a little bit harder to put in. But the town insisted on it because the town was looking out for.
I'm sorry, I'm not a cell expert or anything. In whether this gets approved or not,
Mhm,
a tower that's 100 feet above the tree line,
mhm.
you can't camouflage that. When you stick some branches on it, it just,
Looks like a cell phone.
it looks like a cell phone tower that they did some crimes and stuff.
Respect, it is in your ordinance. And so.
I understand that. If this is a 120-foot tower,
It's a 150-foot tower that's camouflaged, and it is way above the tree line. And this is what the town wanted, and this is what the town asked this tower company to do, and this is what the tower company did. It's all on their minutes, February, March of 2021. I actually talked to them too. It's going up right now. It's almost done. And they were insistent because they wanted to come to a compromise with the town and with the cell tower company, which they did. And the cell tower company did that. And I think that's great that they did. And there's camouflage towers in Dunbarton. There's one going up in Woodsboro. They're all over the place. So somehow these work. And so the height we have talked about, when I looked at the propagation map, that did say that it, started to decrease around 150 feet, but even the 190 feet, it looked like it was pretty spotty at the school because as you mentioned, there's a big hill between the high school and that area. It gets the middle school and the elementary school well, but it doesn't seem like any tower really reaches the high school well.
That's the map they gave is at the 160-foot level, not at the 190.
We'd love to see something more.
Yeah,
The other thing is,
I agree, but what you're quoting is the 160.
and they did,
Not the top of the tower.
the engineers levels were good to excellent ratings on there where, you know, and then when you compare that with Rising Tides, you know, which the lines are pretty much the same, they went more levels. That was the different colors in it.
Okay, So-
And you're right, the service at the school is going to be, I think, fair to poor is what our peer review described it as, which and I have questioned a lot about.
yeah.
Very glad to hear that, you know, it is a requirement of the contract, in the contract of town, that there's coverage at the school. I'm not quite sure what happens afterwards if they're in breach of that contract, it's not.
That's what I was going
Covered.
to ask if you don't respectfully, but they said there's going to be a penalty. What is that? What if the president doesn't come on in 3 years and the school doesn't get hit? Do we still get the tower and there's a little penalty? What is that penalty?
Penalty is if Verizon did not agree to go on the tower.
What about the school isn't really covered?
If what?
What if the high school isn't?
Other aspects of the.
They guaranteed coverage at the high school.
But what if?
Okay, so we're gonna stop right there for a second.
What's the big secret?
What
There is-
what is?
what do you mean?
Stop. And actually tonight, and it's gonna go, I'm just gonna put this out here right now. And it's gonna go for you because last meeting was not pretty and anybody else in there. If there's an outbreak, I'm just gonna ask you to leave. And I'm pretty sure I have the authority to do that. We're not gonna have spot out pieces, but with that. If there's not coverage at the high school. What do you do then? This tower, we approve this, tower goes up next year. You know, standing in the front of the school. You can't make a call on your AT&T phone. What do you do?
So we don't obviously have anything in the contract for that. Obviously, it's just with Verizon, but from what we're looking at on our propagation maps that we did, it shows the school covered.
Oh, hold on a second. That's not what Mr. Stack said.
Yeah,
As far as showing the school covered.
That,
somewhere in this.
AT&T and Verizon.
that,
Agreement was they cover the school, but I don't know.
So is that part of the agreement is to make sure the school is covered?
Correct.
The question is what happens when it's not?
I don't think
There is just with, you know, the carriers agreed that that location will cover the school, so that's where the carrier at that location says if we're there, school gets covered. And with tower levels and everything else. We're pretty confident that it's.
So I'm gonna, Mr. Stack.
Here in March.
Or somebody from that has entered in this contract. I mean, this is the question that we have here right now. If, or
It was the board that entered into the
is
contract.
it the board that entered into the contract?
I'll have the chair.
So, for the record, Bruce Marshall,
Can you stand up, Bruce?
Oh,
Sorry. Thank you.
So the whole basis of the contract was to provide coverage to the high school. That's been a condition from day one, to make sure there's coverage for the schools. And so they have represented from day one, they're gonna, if the towers in there, I think the request, they're gonna cover the schools. There's also a condition of the contract that there be at least 2 carriers on that tower. Because majority of people in town have Verizon versus AT&T, so that's a condition. But if they don't provide what they agreed to provide, that's breach of the contract. Don't need to list out specific penalty, it's breach of agreement, so the agreement could then be null and void.
But respectfully, we still have a tower in our front yard. So what happens if to tear down the tower?
Well, just like if the lease was up in term, then the tower would come down and be gone.
So if they're in breach of contract, they have to take down the tower.
That's typically how it works. I'm not gonna be a judge for you here.
No, I'm just curious.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I did call the school department. And oh, by the way, how many bars are you guaranteeing at the school? 1 bar, 4, 5?
We're not in there with our phones.
So when you say it's gonna get to the school, it may just be 1 bar? You don't know?
We're saying we're gonna have to
Your
write.
consultant also agreed that it wasn't just.
Yeah.
Your consultant.
Yes.
Agree with that.
And in the peer review, just for part of that, I mean, I wanted, you asked a question, so we get some answer. That the service at the school would probably be 1 or 2 bars. It'll be good for making calls. It'll be good for texting. It won't be good for streaming video.
Okay, that's probably good.
Probably is good.
Yeah. So I just to let you know, I did talk to the high school and some of us talked to the superintendent of school. And because there was some concern, I think, from Mr. Marshall that what if a catastrophe happened at the school? And I just want to address this right now. What would happen if something dropped out? The school actually has an old fashioned hard line right in the high school, right in their office. So if a catastrophe happened, they have an old fashioned regular cell line. The rest of them are Wi-Fi hard lines, but they do have a robust radio system also going to the police station and to the fire station. So if there is a strong emergency, they have a great plan. They say right now their cell coverage within the school is good. It's just when you walk outside the school that it's not great, but they do have a good plan. I just want to mention one more time. I know I already gave you guys a packet last time on the property value diminution. It says around 20%. I want to talk to somebody locally because this has been rushed so much. He has about a 2-month wait, but this is a gentleman, Louis Manius with Capital Appraisal Associates. He's done a lot of these cell tower appraisal projects. And the impact they have on New Hampshire towns. He's done it in Antrim, he's done it in Goffstown, Henniker, to name a few. He says his name should be in the Henniker minutes if you're interested. He said cell towers always lower property value if the property is close to. He says the more you can see it, the closer you are, the more it lowers it. He's actually testified in court on things like this. So he said there is no question that putting a cell tower next to somebody's property in New Hampshire will lower it, especially if it is a residential property. And let me emphasize again, those 62 acres are surrounded all by residential homes. There are no commercial properties at all. So it does really.
All of Bow where we want cell service is not commercial. It's time we have a wonderful thing where all the commercial is on one side. Most people don't even see it because it's on the other side of the interstate.
Yes, and I understand that. And I just want to let you.
And I live down there and cell service is great.
Yeah. Because I think you guys have a couple of big cell towers along the highway there. Yeah. So it's just, once again, we would like it to be further away from our house in these rural areas. And
I understand that, but one of the things, and as I hear this, as you move further, it gets closer to what's off Laurel Drive or
actually
somebody else is going to get a view. I did drive around out there. I did look at it, do my due diligence
some time
to get some.
Actually, this is what we like because this is very equidistant and it's trying to keep everybody about a thousand.
Yeah, that it's not. That isn't part of what's up for debate and really.
No, but the site is. The site is.
Well, that's
Site is
not what's coming before us is, they're cited.
What was promised to us when this was voted on, that we would be able to stand in front of the planning board and discuss height camouflage site. This has been recorded again and again and again. So this is up for debate. This is the time. And this is the fairest spot because it's about 1,000 feet from the closest people, equidistance all the way around. Okay. And it's good to keep it as far away from a house as you can get. Okay. And it's 695 feet, it's almost 700 feet. So that's what we're asking for. And this is what.
So just a little with that, just to playing devil's advocate. And as you go in there, I know, I walked out to that site. There's a trail that pretty much gets you all the way there. Looks like a pretty easy spot to get to.
Yeah.
As you go further out, which you're gonna have to do a gravel road to get to this thing. It is more to get there. You are disturbing more in the woods to get there. That we're gonna run a power line through the woods too. It is more, so, the turkeys and the other critters that I don't think are gonna be bothered by the road or a 75-foot fenced area, but it's gonna be further out and it's gonna be more of that. So some of that is kind of a con.
Luckily, there is a road, Branch Londonderry Turnpike East, which is dirt, which is running right down.
You're going, if you're talking about going further out Branch Londonderry Turnpike, you're going directly away from the schools.
No, not really. It's just right in the middle. It's actually moving a little bit closer. So if you're here, it's kind of going this way and the school's over there.
Say what they.
Okay.
You might want to just look at it and say.
It may tuck around that hill. It may actually get to the high school better because that hill is right there. And if you tuck around White Rock, you may actually get to it better there. It would have been nice if it was measured. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think so. Anyway.
No, it's okay. It can tuck around it. All I'm saying is this company, and I'm sure they do a great job, but they're used to working in Maine. They own 11 towers in northern Maine and one with wireless communication. So 12 towers they own total. I understand they said that they have built 100 towers. So they are either in the business of selling towers or they haven't built 100 towers in the past, because with FCC certification, they own 12. And they're all in northern Maine. And even Mr. Robinson himself said that they have never built in an area this residential. And they do one size fits all towers. They do 190-foot lattice towers. Those are all the towers they own in Maine. Here's the list of the towers that they own. You've seen it? The FCC?
I have not, but
There it is. And when they tried to do this, I brought this up before, but I just want to reiterate it. When they tried to do it in a community that only had 12 abutters in a more residential area in Maine, the state turned them down because the tower was not fitting with the compatible with the residential area. And that was only 12 abutters. They did not feel that 190-foot lattice style tower was compatible. So if they want to build in areas that are more residential, perhaps they should try to change the style of tower, do more monopoles, do things that are not, that are a little bit more blending in like our ordinances ask.
okay. Did you want to respond to any of that? Up to you.
If a 150-foot tower would work, you would put a 150-foot tower in.
They only own 190-foot, so.
Good. We're not gonna discuss back.
Yeah, we're not gonna finish it.
Yeah, okay.
Hi, I'm Susan Moore, 11 Crockett Drive, in Bowes,
Did you?
mental health scientist. In preparation for the annual meeting in March 2021, I studied the GIS maps of Bowes Community Office. I found that there were 5 other hills between 680 and 700 feet in Bow. As a matter of fact, one of the 700-foot hills is at the other end of the same parcel of town land being considered for this cell tower. Coincidentally, this hill is easily accessible at the end of Sharon Drive. Unfortunately, I don't have the tower to say NIMBY for the cell tower at our end of this town land, as the selectman did, who lives on Sharon Drive, next to the other 700-foot hill on the same piece of land. But I did say that I would hold all of those selectmen responsible if that 19-story monstrosity went up in the hill next to us. It just so happens at the selectmen's meeting that the selectman at that other hill said he would be glad to have the cell tower on his property. So I'll say NIMBY, or should I say my OB, which is not in our backyards. A proper study for potential sites beforehand with the promised request for proposals would have elicited the necessary information for you to protect our community from a company that is only in Bow profit. And an RFP would have prevented the present contention within our community.
Can I stop you there for 1 minute?
Yes,
Because I've heard this many times, the for-profit. Does anybody put up cell towers not for profit? Does anybody go to their job every day not for profit? They're all gonna be for profit. So you can continue now. I just needed to.
other towns along Route 89 have done the research and had RFPs, resulting in 2 to 3 cell towers spread throughout their towns, resulting in maximum coverage instead of having only one cell tower in the middle of 5 neighborhoods, decreasing property values and resulting in inadequate coverage. Our Bow boards need to set an example and show that they care about the present and future residents. What will potential buyers think of the town who let a 19-story metal monstrosity be built in the middle of 5 neighborhoods? Statistics show that buyers steer away from cell towers for health and aesthetic reasons. Those houses and properties sell for less or don't sell at all. The town of Bow has the opportunity and potential for being a model town that has the foresight in having a cell tower master plan that shows forethought and attention to the needs of all of its residents. Having 2 or 3 towers of shorter heights.
Just Don, as a point of,
Yeah, yeah.
as a point of process, we are not here debating
Yeah,
other
we're not-
sites.
we're not.
Focusing on
You're
this
absolutely right.
application.
Yes.
And
yes.
we've also heard
Yes.
this argument
Yes.
before. Having opened the.
Thank you.
We've now done, I think, this is our 3rd
Yes.
public meeting on this. I think we need, if there's
Yes.
something new.
Is there something
I'd love to
different
hear it.
that somebody has to
But we have,
talk about besides location, height?
Sure. I do. Okay, I will skip the next part I was gonna say. Reminding you about what Henniker had done, having an RFP, et cetera. So the third point I was gonna make is that the planning board should be aware that realtors have data showing that the placement of towers affects property.
But we've
values.
also heard this as well. I'm sorry.
Okay,
We just heard about the lowering of property values from the previous speaker.
I'm leading into the point I'm gonna make, okay? Potential buyers do not want to buy houses near a cell tower because of aesthetic and health reasons. What are those health reasons that are affecting the towers?
There is, we're not gonna go there with that. If you're gonna go there with health reasons, I wanna know how many people have a cell phone. Because sticking this thing up to next to your head is worse than having that thing 500 feet from you.
Got the statistics on that?
And
I don't-
I believe you spoke about the health purposes.
Yeah.
of The first public.
Yes. There isn't,
Public hearing here.
The first public meeting.
yes.
Yeah, hearing.
I don't remember discussing health reasons.
I could be wrong, but I believe you discussed
I
how,
don't think so.
we can look at,
Not in detail, but
It was two years ago.
no, we started the public hearings in December.
I don't remember anybody.
it wasn't mentioned very much. It was, I think you had a,
The planning board.
so,
Can I just make a comment?
Yeah.
If it's okay, and forgive me for interrupting. I think, so we have a problem.
Yeah.
Many of the points raised here, I actually agree with. However, they are points that are not relevant to what this planning board is able to pass judgment on. So, for example, the RFP process, we have heard that any number of times. I'm totally sympathetic to it. That is absolutely an issue, sorry, Mike, that you should be raising with the Board of Selectmen and Mr. Sack without question. All the concerns about process belong with the Board of Selectmen for, is this a contract that should have been signed? Even if they were deficient. Of course, I'm not saying that they were, but even if there was a deficiency in that process, it's not a relevant consideration under the zoning ordinance for us to decide. That may be fortunate or unfortunate, I don't know, but it's not. So I'm sitting here thinking, like, I'm very sympathetic to you all having a third opportunity to say, I agree with Kip, many of the same things, but I just have to emphasize for everybody, a lot of it is not even relevant. Like, we can't factor it into the decision. It would be a cause likely for a legal challenge, right? Like, if we were to say denied, no RFP, they would sue the town and say, that's an invalid reason to. There's nothing in the zoning ordinance that would allow us to do that. So it's a problem, right? That the town feels a certain way, but the board has the authority the board has, and that's the way it works.
So it's
it's
not
tough.
your fault that it was improperly done at the selection.
I don't know if it was improperly done. I have no idea, but even if it were, this board can't even factor in our decision making.
And I would say the same thing. I walk the site, you have a beautiful house. I feel bad that a cell phone tower would go next to it, but that doesn't weigh in on what we're trying to do here.
That's really unfortunate in a way that you, the planning board, hands are tied. Because everybody's passed you the buck, basically, because the selectman didn't do its job, zoning board passed a 90-foot variance to you. Now you're stuck with the thing. And now just because you're just have planning board parameters, you can't.
So
make a decision.
I wouldn't put it exactly like that, but let me give you an example. The diminution in value provision cited
Mhm.
is not a provision that's relevant to the planning board's waiver under 1301. 1302. Our particular criteria for providing a variance, unlike the zoning board, is a waiver is in, I don't even remember the provisions that line this up. This is a confusing point of law. The zoning ordinance is not a product of well-reasoned, it's more of just a product of history. 1302 B2A is the only provision relevant to our decision. If this were in front of the zoning board, all of 1302 would be relevant, not for us.
So unfortunately, they passed it to you. They should have stopped it.
No, it's not, they didn't pass it to us. It's not their,
That's what they said. They were.
other parts of the zoning ordinance say this is actually an issue for the planning board. Originally, the applicant went to the zoning board. So this is why I said that this is not a well-reasoned zoning ordinance. None are, don't get me wrong, I'm not criticizing the town. It was confusing. They thought this required a variance from the zoning board. Go to the zoning board. And they say, oh, wait, not them. The town says, oh, wait a second. When we go through other provisions of the code, they say, oh, no, that type of a variance is actually a waiver for the planning board. And when the planning board has this type of waiver, they can only follow this one part of the zoning board's procedure. It is very bizarre that that's the way it is, but that is the way it is.
So the misinterpretation that led them to the zoning board.
Correct.
By the
And
zoning
then-
board.
By
everyone, I
town,
think.
yeah, I mean, just
By everyone,
town,
and then it
no.
was more closely read and understood that it didn't belong at the zoning board.
Well, I hope after this whole fiasco that whole thing is addressed. I mean, it should be.
I will tell you just from experience, we do deal with this. I know not everybody comes to the planning board often, but I do. What's funny is when you step back from it, is this happens on any type of project that comes in, we end up looking at the ordinance and we're like, why would this say it like this or whatever? And we do change it very frequently. Every year we submit, usually on the back of a project, we say, oh, that didn't work right, or we discovered something was wrong. There was a neighborhood in here and they're calculating every little square inch of non-wet property to put a house on so that they can. And it was like, that doesn't make sense, but that's how that happens all the time.
And we're hopeful that in 23, we have quite a bit of new blood in
Yeah,
the
Carrie's gonna.
planning department. Because all our staff has changed. Things get better, but we're working on it. But anyway, sorry.
Just jump. It's not, we don't
Okay.
not have a decision. I just want to make that
Can I
clear.
just respond to what you said? That you don't have the authority to deny it because there was no RFP supposedly.
Correct.
But the planning board does have the authority to issue a moratorium to kick it back to the select board.
No.
To re-evaluate. We don't have that.
Only if it fails these grounds.
No, the moratorium is not a relevant tool for this type of situation. A moratorium is based on like a large housing project. It's about the town being able to provide services to support a development, which really does not apply at all to a situation.
Oh, you're talking about premature?
Right,
Yeah, scattered
right,
premature. Yeah.
exactly. So it doesn't even apply to a cell tower. Just not what that tool was made to do.
Mr. Glazer, Selectman, Chairman.
Good.
Glazer.
Not chairman.
I don't.
Long-winded.
On 13.02A is interpretation of ordinance. 13.02B is the authorization of variances. If that is what's before this board tonight, then any of the subsections of 13.02B count.
No, it's just looking at the waivers.
Well, then then you can't authorize a variance. because-
We're not authorizing a variance. If you go back to, I don't have it in front of me, but if you go back to the part of the WSF CUP that talks about how to do a waiver, that's what kicks you over to just 13 to. Sorry, I don't have it right. One second.
It was in the first meeting, the particular provisions we could provide it, I'm sure. Matt, I don't, he's the one that walked us through it in that first meeting. Because we had thought the same thing. Actually, I think we discussed it at the second meeting, Matt, because after the first meeting,
Right.
thinking of exactly like you were, that whole, the first meeting was
Yeah.
coming back to us from zoning, we got to follow what the zoning board would do.
So,
And-
yeah, so just,
Waivers. Okay, here it is. I've got it, Matt.
okay,
So
Yeah.
under the CUP for the tower section under waivers, so section G. It says that the planning board may grant waivers to these regulations, provided that a majority of the board finds that the criteria set forth in Article 13.02B2A. So it only refers to 13.02B2A. And under A, there's 1, 2, and 3.
Yes, that's the hardship and the proposed use is reasonable. Those are the two main provisions. So those are the main priority.
Section
1302B2.
is, yep, but the diminution in property value is B2D,
Correct.
So that does not
not
apply.
applicable.
I can grant you that point, but.
I'm just, your other points, I think did hit A, absolutely. I don't mean to say,
Yeah, it's just A, 1, 2, and 3.
I don't mean, yeah.
Ms. Melvin.
Hi, I'd like to speak to the property value issue because it comes in another way. And it comes in where an applicant has to show that there is no fair or substantial relationship between the reason for the ordinance's height limitation and that limitation's application to the property. The reason for the height limit was to reduce adverse impacts on aesthetics, view sheds, and property values of nearby property. So it does come in that other way. What the plan that's being proposed shows is the direct opposite. The proposed tower instead maximizes the adverse impacts. The height limit waiver should be denied as a result.
In the back.
We have,
David Barr, 12 Heights Lane. I just wanted to thank the board for all the opportunity to discuss this. Certainly not a fan of how many topics in town are dividing us, and I feel for all the residents. I think they've made really good points. I do think I don't know how to say this, but I do think.
you made it out.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. It's like, you made the point that this is a for-profit business, right? And
Yeah.
so I think we've gotten to the point where we're starting to vilify the company that's trying to help us. I think I haven't heard one new argument tonight. And I urge the board to make the decision. I feel like you have all the information to weigh it. Obviously, I'm a big proponent of it. I've been working on it for over 2 years, so I don't know how some residents feel like it's rushed. Because it's been well over 2 years that we've been working on it, and shared as much information with everybody in town as possible. And I do hope.
So with that, actually, I just want to question that because, I mean, I knew this was coming and I didn't pay much attention to it because like I said, I live on the other side of 93. My cell service is wonderful. But, in here, and I think it'd be good to have on the record of some, of this rush plan that we know nothing about. I mean, I heard about it at, town meeting when they said it's going to come before the planning board quite a few times. But the work that went in between that, I would love to hear about a little bit of that.
I mean, I'll just share in summary that like I went to the town meeting with 6 friends and we were all we have young kids in the schools and I have no signal at home. And I have a daughter that just started driving 2 months ago. And so it was important to us. 3 of my 6 friends voted against it after that meeting. And then I was angry in a friendly way, like, oh my God, how did you back out on us? And they explained, they just felt like the select board had been aloof about what the plan was. And I said, okay, great, I'm gonna get involved. And I think there were 7 of us, 8 of us. We met once a month. We did a lot of research. I was on Facebook trying to do good, but not always. I'm working on it. And just trying to share as much information as possible. And again, like I've said this before, but like I was really impressed with Rising Tide. I understand that they're being vilified, and I understand if you're on the other side, how it would feel that way. But they have a great reputation for New Hampshire. They've done some great work in some really hard to reach towns. New Hampshire handpicked them to build a bunch of towers up north where nobody wanted to do it. And that's kind of why they came to vote, because they knew it was going to be a tough fight, but they're not afraid of a tough challenging project if they think it's for the best of the town. So, you know, and again, I think we went to that town meeting with packets of information. I was putting stuff on Facebook ahead of time to just try to like put out as much information as possible. And I don't know if that answers your question. But I really do.
I mean, so after town meeting, I mean, was there much that went, like how involved were you in after the selectmen, you know, were voted to?
Other than bugging the selectmen that I see around town saying like, here's that contract, how are things going, what's happening? Yep, it's all private, it's all confidential, but it's moving forward. I didn't really have any information until I saw it. As soon as somebody told me that we were at a point where it could come to the planning board, some select board members came back to us, or maybe it was Dave Stack, I'm not sure, and said, hey, this is coming forward, time to rally the troops and get information back out there. And that's when I got back involved and started sharing more information.
Okay. Thank you. Is that new?
Yeah, no, not new, but Kevin McCann, 32 Branch Lane. So I'm all for profit and no harm there at all. The reason for the 190 feet is to build on down that thing with 4, 5, and up to 6 antenna arrays on that thing. They don't need 190 feet to get to the.
Like I said, we've already, that's what we're here discussing.
No, but what Ivan gave us was a worst case scenario, right?
Yes, he went on what the service would be at 160 feet, at 120 feet, what, you know,
So they make more money, the taller the tower is, they make more money. It's not necessarily what has to be out there to achieve coverage to the school.
well, looking where I in part, what I get out of it, you know, the part where the high school's close, and this cell service isn't just about the high school. Where and if you go, having that height is gonna help ensure this service at the high school.
And it's
If that top antenna, that probably will work at 160, it'll probably work a lot better at 190. And, you know, in the part of the height, you know,
but you and I are not RF engineers. We're
no, we're not.
and we didn't bring in somebody.
I'm a CV tech, but
That's right.
little
We
different way.
didn't bring in somebody to give a good explanation of that, where we are depending on their.
Yeah,
word.
and that was made well aware, and that was why we went to this meeting, was so we could get that third party, which was who was recommended, and that was the agreement. I mean, I got to have more conversations with them afterwards and, you know, talk about this and, you know, and what I'm stating about that as you go down, it's gonna, you know, the service is gonna get worse, you know, at the high school where it's already, you know, close, you know, he agrees with, that is.
But it is, in the end, we need another tower on the other side of town. So we're gonna wind up with this big thing here.
And another one someplace else.
I came to actually speak to how nicely Mike spoke at the first select board meeting about how the town came together at Christmas time with the windstorm and how everybody worked together and helped the neighbors. This isn't neighbors helping neighbors if you're gonna stick 190 feet in front of there. And I'm okay if you move it closer to my home and still stay in the middle of that property or somewhat near the middle of that property. But to do something like this to a few people over there, it's horrendous.
Especially if you're gonna have a second tower.
That's not part of what, we're not doing a second, I don't,
One tower here.
yeah, we're talking about one tower.
Kyle Gould, 38 Branch on the Dairy Turnpike East. Tufton Borough is doing a plan, and I'm setting the towers now in Tufton Borough. Also hilly, but it's for Verizon, and they're all tree poles at 135. You know it's not gonna be the only one. So you're gonna stick this giant one up and then put them other places. You know, what if you put it next to Audley's house? What do you think he'd say?
He was wanted on his property, so let's put it there.
One more, way back here.
Mike Wheeler, 57 the Baton Center Road. Can I ask the selectman and the town manager a question?
Why don't you ask it to me and they'll hear you?
Right, I'll ask it to you. Can you ask them why, when before these guys came along and at the town meeting in 2001, when it was voted down? When I asked them, have you contacted any other companies besides these fellows? To give you any sorts of estimates, any sorts of coverage, whatever. Can you ask them why they didn't contact the people that I gave them the?
It doesn't have any relevance to what we're doing here tonight.
You should go to the select board meetings and ask them that
Before
question.
these people even came along, they were fully aware that there's many other companies out there that do this kind of work. And that there was, the one tower was not gonna do it. And that they were gonna have 1, 2, 3, whatever it takes. And why didn't they hire an engineer or get someone to come in and do like other towns have done?
Mr. Wheeler,
Instead, they-
Angela, when does the select board meet?
Second and fourth Tuesdays.
The appropriate forum for your question is the second and fourth Tuesdays.
They're in the room right now, so I'm.
But
just
this is.
Yeah, but this is their meeting.
This is not the select board meeting.
About this subject.
Then they can,
about this
they can address it at the planning board, at the select board meetings.
Yeah, it's also been addressed here at several
Yes.
meetings before.
I have a new question.
Okay.
I'm just curious to why they didn't contact anybody else but one. That's all. That's all.
I'll let this gentleman go. Here, Wilshire, 21 Grandview. Just to let everyone.
What was that name again?
Repeat.
For our second recording secretary, what was his name?
Grandview, Derek here. You should watch this live stream at home, which I was doing when I came down here because it was so entertaining. This is a public, open discussion hearing. Where people are concerned and they're asking questions, and I can tell you, watching it, it is coming across as though. Their questions are not being answered, that's why they keep repeating them. People eye rolls are like so like humongous. When a resident is asking questions. Yes, you, sir. Why would you belittle them or make them feel as though they can't just ask the questions free? Ask the question, you're gonna come off like a, that's why I came in. Why can't they ask whatever question? You may not agree with it, you may not like it, but your job literally is to answer our question.
It's actually, it's more of my job as a chairman. And we are, in a lot of these questions we've heard, we're late. We've spent 2 nights here till at least 10:30, working on this, trying to do our due diligence and hear about this. It's not an easy subject. And it is a lot of the same things, you know, when, and some of the things make my eyes roll and probably makes their eyes roll is what comes out of my mouth. But we're trying to have a rash conversation. And right now, you want to come down from Grandview to talk about how we're dealing with this isn't helping this meeting at all. So unless you have something you want to talk about the cell tower of for or against, or, you know, that you want to get the word out, this is the time.
In the board's reaction to the residents asking questions. They should be able to ask as many questions as they want, as many times they want, talk about.
No, actually, that isn't how the regs are set up.
That's exactly what it was.
How the regs are set up? Stop.
You cutting someone off and saying to them.
Can we get the PD? I want you to leave, sir, and I will explain myself after.
Leave too, but I can't ask you to do that. Don, hold on.
So anyways, I wanted to tell you about a little bit on the regs here of a public hearing. I'm required to open this up to the public one time, and once you close the public hearing, it's done, and it can come back to the board, and that's it. This is the third night that we're doing this, and we're trying to have
Us a favor
of trying to have this conversation.
to alleviate the concerns of the residents.
Yeah.
So
And learn more about this and keep going. Some of the stuff do make my eyes roll. Some of it opens them up. Some of it.
Well, there was new information from the last meeting.
Yes.
So if people want to comment on the new information, then that's helpful. The problem, I think one of the concerns is that some of the issues have been raised before They're not within the scope of what we specifically do as a planning board. And so that's why it does get frustrating on both sides, but we have a defined way that we're supposed to review things and take into account other things. You know, Carrie addressed why a moratorium is not something the planning board can take up and not appropriate here. So there are some things that are being raised, and we've heard multiple times, that are just, not within our decision-making authority here. So I think that's where some of the frustration is really on both sides.
I'd like to add one more piece. There's vacancies on this board and quite a few others, and we're all volunteers here. With this project in particular, I have a 50 to 60 hour a week that I spend in the business. And with this project, I've lost track of the hours that I put into it, trying to do my due diligence of doing this. And to have another resident come down and tell us how, and complain about our eye rolls. I've actually had quite a few residents tell me that they appreciate how I've been running this meeting. Anyways, we're going on 9 o'clock and I'd like to get on with the meeting. If you would like to join and see that, and this is still open. I mean, you came down here to complain about eye rolls.
No, trust me, sir, I was going to have a private conversation with you after, but if you want to do public, I'd be more happy to do that as well.
Well, I don't have any reason to have one
Exactly.
afterwards.
That's why I wouldn't.
So anyway.
If you're trying to be a dingabug, then what's that, man?
Oh,
No.
who's calling the PD? I'll have you removed. I have that, I do have that authority. I don't want to do that, but
Abundantly clear already.
what's that?
You made that abundantly clear.
Yes, I did. And when I made that abundantly clear was not just to the public, was also to the applicant. Because last week it wasn't with the last meeting, they were a little out of line too, and got eye rolls from me. So anyways, does anybody else have anything on this that they'd like to add?
I do have a question. So with the new information from the contract, now that that's done, have you had any additional conversations with Verizon?
Yes, we have.
And how has that progressed?
We have
since our last
we have
meeting?
an application from them to co-locate on.
Okay.
Obviously, that's all pending a permit. So they're not going to sign any agreement with us, but.
Understand. I just wanted to understand like where that was with respect to the update on the contract. So thank you. That was it.
Public hearing.
Do we need
Yeah.
one?
Take a little break.
Hold on, Don, you got one.
No? Yes, thank you.
We do appreciate it.
Jamie.
And Deborah McCann, 32 Branch Londonderry.
Thank you.
We do, all of us appreciate you. It's been months, and I think one thing that you have to realize is that sometimes it feels as if the left hand doesn't know what the right. It's very confusing.
Absolutely. And that's why people need to be involved.
We went to the select board last week. We tried this moratorium, we just want to put a pin in it and get it done right the first time, okay? We had a selectman that told us he was sick hearing about the RFP process. And if that wasn't the most disrespectful thing I've ever heard in a public meeting.
March is coming.
Pardon me?
March is coming. I'm not quite sure what's changing.
I understand, but it's like to talk that way to constituents who put you in an elected position. And you know what? Quite literally, listening is your job as a selectman and as a planning board. That's what we're here for. Would nobody here is jealous of your job? I've been, I was on the school for like 11 years. I know exactly what you guys are doing, and nobody gets paid in the whole 9 yards. But we also were told that yes, the moratorium process in this state, in some states it does apply to cell towers, but in this state it doesn't. But it's also something that we were told that we as private citizens, even though this whole process that brought us here today was brought about by a private citizen group, not a town group. not a town sanctioned group, a private citizen group. And I appreciate all the stuff that they did. It would have been nice if there was opposing people and for people on the committee to do this, to investigate this and to maybe put it out to an RFP process. But that was the question last week. Why was there not an RFP process? And he went ballistic. So that's the problem. Then we were told that as a citizen group, we couldn't request a moratorium or delay it, that it had to come from the planning board. They said they have the power to ask for it. But apparently you don't.
Can
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what I mean. We get different answers from different people.
So the moratorium that's intended for its intended purpose
I don't care what you.
would come from the planning board.
Yeah.
That would be a recommendation from the planning board and then it would go to town meeting from there.
Because all we're trying to do is to look at all the unanswered questions and have a master plan. Because honestly, what's gonna happen in 5 years or 10 years or 15 years is none of you are gonna be sitting there. Some other schmucks who volunteered for this job.
No offense taken.
Huh?
Continue.
This is how you have to look at it. It's gonna be another, if God forbid, it might be some of our kids sitting on this thing, and they're gonna be dealing with the repercussions of a decision that's made, and if it's made in haste and whatever, that's what I'm looking at, because there's gonna be a lawsuit. And it might be a very expensive lawsuit for the town of Bow. And we're just,
From which side? That's the question. And that's from which side is the question?
Well, yeah, that's fine. Might be 2 lawsuits, but that's something that, if we're a town that helps neighbors, if we're a town that looks out for each other, which I would love to think that we are, we're trying to circumvent that. Why can't we compromise?
We don't have a compromise here tonight. We have a yes or no.
Mm.
That's what the score has.
Can you ask them to can you and RTT compromise? No.
No, the
Yes or no?
select board would.
Wow. No compromise. That's kind of American.
Well, that question has already been answered.
They don't want to compromise.
There's not a compromise. And for the height of it, I mean, I can see why, especially for the height of this thing, that it,
Like.
the carrier's not gonna go if it's not at that height, then that's where they feel it needs to be. And now, so, and it's coming up to this board to decide whether if it is or isn't, but that has gone. I mean, when we're looking at housing development, there's all kinds of things. I mean, there are some little things. I don't know if we got a different spot where how I want the power wire to run into it, but that didn't seem to matter to anybody, so.
There's a question.
Another question.
The Tri-Big 15 branch Londonderry Turnpike East. So it's new information. I think most everyone knows we went before the select board and we also turned in a petition warrant article that's been accepted to do a town plan. And I know, again, that's not in your purview, but the point being, I spent a year on the town center planning. And what was wonderful about that was there was a lot of disagreement, a lot of opinions, and it was a whole year. But we came up with something that worked for everybody, and it's just like our Constitution, you have to compromise.
Mm-hmm.
And that does take time. So, maybe Rising Tide would like to do more towers in Bow. Can we back off this application? Do the master plan, which I've been told by other cell tower companies, that can be done in 60 to 90 days. And find out that, this is the ideal spot, or maybe if we do it over here, we can have 3 smaller towers, because the end goal is we all want better coverage, but we want coverage for the whole town. The schools, of course, are very important, but I talked to the superintendent. They have just updated their entire radio system with grants. They have, as his exact words, robust radio safety system with direct communication. Would they like more cell tower coverage? Would they like better cell coverage? Yeah, but they're not worried about it because they just updated all their systems with the emergency systems. So there, it's not like there's this critical need that we don't have. We all want better cell. I want the people driving from Dumbarton to the schools. The kids that drive into the high school, I want them to have cell phone coverage in that really dead area over there if they get stranded. So just like I did the town center plans, let's do a town cell phone plan, which is the norm. And before we do this one.
Thank you. I am going to close the public hearing.
Item one. Item one, right?
On item, yeah, on item one.
4/12/22.
Yes,
Yes.
yeah, we're gonna do this all over again. Oh, God.
I need to take a little break.
Yeah.
Okay,
You want to,
so
2-minute break?
we're gonna take a 2-minute break here for some people need to go.
Let's look it up on, we'll get his name.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Fill in every zero.
No, you're.
It's from 21
Somebody
grand.
coming here fucking
Yeah.
Just fired me right up.
I tried
You
to
know-
look him up on Google, but
Today's my wife's birthday.
yeah, it's.
You know where I should be? We're back in session. All right, everybody there? You good? There we go. We're recording. Our applicant's back. Okay, so anyways, I got this two questions I want you to answer, as directly as you can with this. With the height of the tower, does it need to be that 190 feet? Does that cover? I'm losing my words now.
So, do you want me to ask?
Yeah.
So we need to know, why does the tower need to be 190 feet? And does a 190-foot tower fill the coverage gap that we're trying to fill?
Yes, so as we stated in previous meetings, the 190 feet basically is provide the coverage for AT&T on what they're looking to fill their coverage gaps, as well as the subsequent carrier Verizon Wireless that is looking to come onto the tower as well. If we do go lower, it's really not an option. We're not going to have providers that are looking to fill in these coverage gaps and obviously cover the school.
And the other, which I think we pretty much covered the
Yeah, so
location, but
is there any evidence you can provide or tell us about that kind of supports that claim?
Just RF coverage propagation that we had our engineering firm run with AT&T radios and antennas, showing that coverage.
Do you have any follow-up questions to that?
And confirmed by independent review.
yeah, that's what I see. So after all the testimony, actually, you want Matt, you there?
Yeah, Matt, do you want to give us a little recap and?
Yeah, so just to kind of spin all the way back to the beginning. So we had our first public meeting back in December. Heard some testimony, moved it along. Had some questions about procedure, got some clarity on that. Basically, and you guys touched on it tonight, right? There's really three things going on here. Number one are the requested waivers associated with the CUP. Number two is the CUP itself. And then number three is the site plan itself. So there's a whole other application associated with this that the board's got to act on. The CUP waivers, as was discussed prior, it says if you want relief from the provisions, so essentially the waiver, it kicks you over to the first three parts of the variance criteria. And those are the real, that's the gist of what the whole conversation here is tonight, is on the waiver, specifically the height waiver. So what I would suggest is that the board look at the criteria from that section of the ordinance dealing with, how the board can waive those provisions. And basically the question of the day is the evidence as provided by the applicant, and of course the abutters, testimony as well. Does that, have they met that standard as spelled out in those three elements, right? 1, 2, or then that third one. And that's really the first step here. Once that decision is made, then you move to the CUP itself. And again, I know there's just kind of sample motion language that the board has. You could do one waiver, all the waivers, none of the waivers. And the same would be true, but the site plan, the CUP would then, have to be decided based on that, really. So that's the underlying thing of the whole project. Now, I know there's also been some other discussion about what we can do here. The board has got some limitations here about they've got to act on, as Donna said, it's a yes or no question, not a nuanced question about, what about 160 feet or whatever. the board has to decide on the application before them as an approve or deny. There's no real anything in there to say, okay, yeah, you know, you can adjust it to a lower height. Now, the applicant could say, hey, let's pull it and do a lower height. Like that's a possibility too. But the board's decision point is limited to the application as presented, the waiver request as presented, right? Yes or no? I think that's the gist of it. Did the board have any other questions I could help you guys with on kind of sorting through the big picture there, or anything?
How about you, Adam? You got anything back there? You sick? Huh?
No, you guys did a great job covering it. I don't have any questions.
Okay. Actually, I do have one question for the applicant. Did you do anything different with the power line going in?
Yeah, we can. It's not shown in the construction drawings, but we do have.
So there's not a straight view from the road.
Correct. So we could
got an alternative.
put it at
based
an
on
angle.
your last comment that would go kind of at an angle.
Yeah, just to get a. Hopefully around a big tree. Okay.
The public.
Yeah, the public hearing is closed. So
There's no more discussion.
if there's no more discussion, let's,
Then
I
you need to
can't make a
take,
motion,
you need
can
to, no. So I think you need to consider the three waivers, so pick one to start with, and someone should make a motion to approve or deny it.
You make three separate.
I'm gonna do a roll call.
You said you could do either.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep, you can do it any way you want, but yes, just remember to fill out with your roll calls.
If I could make a comment about how we could go through this, I think in reverse order would be preferable.
Okay.
I do think there's some discussion that or debate the board should have with itself about the first one. 710E4 is. Yeah, this. The 100% of 125% of the tower height plus additional area from boundary, right? Yeah, and they said usually it's 100 feet that you guys do, and the fence, and we talked about that, so.
About bringing the fence.
I didn't think we then refer to. Particular waiver authority, 1302 B2A. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I think it would set, in my view, it would probably satisfy number 1 and 2 as required. We don't even need to get to 3. So 1 would be the purposes of that provision and the specific application. I think their justification was reasonable, but the board should decide for themselves. And the proposed use would be reasonable to me for 710E4. That's pretty straightforward and easy. But if there's any debate on that, you should say it.
You can make a motion and then they can follow with debate before the vote. If you want.
I would make a motion to grant the 710E4 waiver as it is found to comply with all of the relief criteria as listed in section 1302 B2A of the zoning ordinance.
Can you read the orders? The regulations?
I'm sorry, can I read what?
So you said number 4?
Yeah, number
Read
4.
What that is, what you're.
That we just covered that. That was, sorry, that one is
Easements or leased areas.
easement, so 125%. It's like the fenced area has to be a certain. actually, I think relevant for your comment, less,
Yeah, yeah,
right?
fencing less area.
And, you know, the evidence was the tower collapses on itself, like all that sort of stuff. That would be my motion for that particular waiver.
Second.
Roll call.
Anybody got any other questions about that waiver? You know, this is, instead of having without the waiver, how big would the fence have to be?
125% of the height, so
So,
200.
yeah, we're going down to a 100-foot square.
The proposed, fence is 70 by 70.
70 by-
This area is 100 by 100.
Okay,
Oh, right, yeah.
and the fence, yeah.
Based on, it's like,
Yeah, it wasn't the fence that was, just the least area.
Least area.
Yeah.
Which is less disturbance area.
Right.
Okay, so we're voting on approving or granting 710A. 710E4. As proposed by David and second by Sandy. We're gonna, so I don't forget you, Adam, how do you vote on that?
I vote yes.
Kip's not voting.
I vote yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Jonathan?
Yes.
Yes.
Myself, yes.
And I
Mike.
think I'm going to abstain only because the select board entered into a lease with the.
You're on the select board.
Right.
Okay. So I would say the ayes have it. Oh, all right. There's one. We got two more to go.
Yeah, maybe I would lump these. I feel like we, before a motion, I think we should discuss these, but.
Yeah.
So I'll just say what I'm struggling with here. I feel like I'm struggling with the height for a couple of reasons. So on the one hand, there's a very specific provision to limit it to 90 feet. This is obviously significantly different than that. So there's that. However, the ordinance does not only generally give us power of waiver, but the height issue is actually addressed in 710 E6 other factors. So the ordinance specifically contemplates that we would build towers higher than 90 feet. So if I'm just looking at the ordinance and trying to do my best with what we have in front of us, kind of troubling to me, right? On the one hand, we're saying 90 feet. On the other hand, we're saying 90 feet, but definitely you should consider going higher, especially if public safety is an issue, which it clearly is. So I'm struggling with that provision. I'm also struggling with something that's not directly stated in the ordinance, but from a procedural standpoint, if we back up and look at this whole process, I think what was the vote to let the select board go into the negotiation at town meeting? Do you know, Mike?
I do not.
Does
I
anybody?
think I tried looking up at the voting, which it wasn't a ballot vote.
It's a voice vote.
It was a voice vote and it was by the majority.
It was a voice vote.
It was a voice
It
vote.
was, okay.
So I don't think you can put a specific
Right,
number.
okay, so what I'm,
It definitely, and for the moderator, you know, with that, was pretty overwhelming where the moderator didn't have to.
it was, right, that's, so I feel like if I were to go back and do this again, and I had the authority to do that, I would put a zoning ordinance change to vote, either on town ballot or at the meeting. I can't remember. I think it's on the ballot that it would come into. And if we change that provision to 190 feet, I don't know that the vote would have been any different. So while the vote, the ordinance does say 90 feet, there's also overwhelming majority in town for 190 feet. So I think that's in conflict. The other thing I'm struggling with is a general proposition, which I was persuaded in particular by your comments about, even if a significant majority of people decide to do something, there is an impact on a small minority of people. And that again is in conflict. So to me, there are three major conflicts here. And I can honestly say that I think a reasonable person can go either way on all three of them. Right. And I think anyone could make your decision for you. I say all that, not just to say that's what I'm struggling with. I just want to make sure the board, in my view, considers all three of those things with whatever vote they decide to make here. But those are, I think, the most important factors when I distill it down based on how I see it. So for what it's worth, I guess I just gave a little speech.
Just to look at E3, the local prioritization, and remind everyone what that one was about, because
I could do that.
oh, yes.
I don't want to do that. He'll do it better than me.
There you go.
All right, so the local prioritization talks about, there's a ranking of priorities, basically, and the applicant shall show proof of having exhausted each option before moving on to the next. So the first priority would be a concealed or camouflaged or on an existing building or structure. So that one is
not there.
They looked at that as not feasible. On or within a new building or structure having a height not greater than the maximum building height. They don't do that one. And then C is on an existing PWSF, which is called co-location. So that wasn't a possibility either. And then D was on a new facility, which is camouflaged using stealth technologies subject to the height limitations. So this is basically, when you boil it down, it's basically about the camouflage and stealth technologies. That's what the waiver really is about.
So, you know, and a little bit on that part. To add more equipment pieces to branches, whatever you want to call them. Definitely, you know, to me, seems like it would be more. It wouldn't make it any less visible. If anything, the more streamlined it can be, the better in my eyes, but.
I agree with Don on this one. I think that why would we have that? I mean, we're kind of asked to consider the spirit of it.
Yeah.
It's not if you're gonna go 190 feet.
No.
Right.
You're
So
doubling the height
Yeah,
of the
to me,
existing canopy.
that's a classic example of something that would be waived.
I don't have the right to vote on this. I actually
We take your opinion.
disagree with you here. If the abutters really wanted camouflage, no matter how high the height was, I don't think that they have given a good enough reason not to camouflage it. I'm not sure that's in the end what, if people took a step back, that's what they want on a 190-foot tower. It would, you see these driving down New York, they look like towers with fake tree limbs on them. But I can very much see the abutters point on not granting that waiver. But I also don't think we actually, in the end, want camouflage when it's 100 feet above the canopy. But I don't.
I think that was really well put.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I get one of the things on camouflage. Do they ever like paint these things black or make them, you know, different? So, you know, and I.
Tower type, but there are cases where they'll paint, if it's a monopole, they'll paint it brown.
Or antennas sometimes are painted to match something, you know, the background, if you will, if it's a building back or brick color, you know, they can
Yeah.
paint the actual antennas. Sometimes blending. Usually when it's on a building, more so than it's on town.
Yeah, I mean, but as far as for, you know, this type of tower that you want to put up, you know, this lattice tower. And I mean, it's pretty much gray, right? So. I don't really know of a different color that would make it blend any better. Depends on the day.
I think the question is the effectiveness of.
The effective of it,
In this context at the site.
you know,
I mean, I was ready to propose it. Motion, but Kip's got me rethinking that.
I mean, you know, some is. I just think it'd be more mass out there. What, you know, that's not, wouldn't help, you know, that's, you know, whatever you do to add something to it is putting more mass.
I think that's true, but I think back to Kip's point, I think that if that is something that is meeting in the middle for the abutters, like that should be something that is considered. Like if that is something that will appease, then, and it sounded like it was a request, so I think that it's something at least should be addressed, and I have to agree with what Kip outlined is there didn't seem to be sufficient defense that I heard to counter that.
See, it's easy for me to say this because I don't have to make the motion or vote. But taking a step back, if I was in Don's chair, I would vote on the height. And then I would speak to the abutters and say the height has been approved. We now have one more waiver to grant, and that is about camouflage.
Yeah.
And we
you
want,
really-
now that the height is approved. And we know you're upset. What is your view on camouflage on a tower that tall? I think that would be the way to proceed to get perhaps
The only problem is the height waiver includes camouflage also.
does it?
Yes,
It does.
but that's really good.
You see what I'm saying?
Can
We
I-
want to get that opinion.
I-
The truest opinion possible.
I think I think you could potentially ask the abutters. Assuming the height is 190 as proposed, would they want branches added to it at 190 feet? I think, or was their request for camouflage and branches? Assuming that it was a lower height. I think you could ask them that now if you wanted to.
Okay, I will. I think you'd be the one to answer that question.
On behalf of the abutters, we're not in a position to negotiate. You have before you these three waivers that you will vote on, and we'll wait and see what happens at the result.
Okay. I mean, I guess that's, you know, I'll ask here if anybody, you know, does have an opinion on if this thing is approved at 190 feet, that you'd want added camouflage, which is basically putting fake branches on it. Does anybody have an opinion on that?
That's what camouflage is for, right? Camouflage, like.
Yeah, but
Two of these things right now, Don, and they look great. And they're at 135 in hilly zones. And Verizon's at. AT&T's following on the bottom.
okay. So
You just can't believe everything you're listening to here. So 190 is unbelievably.
we're not talking about height. And we're trying to open this. We're talking about camouflage. If this thing is approved at 190 feet, would the added camouflage be something that abutters would want to see? Yes, sir.
Hi, Scott Coulomb, 18 Merrill Crossing. I just moved to town. I'm just here to kind of learn about it.
Yep.
I do have a really good view, and it would probably be in my view wheel to see. I agree with you that a tower that tall will stick out no matter what you do. But as you're driving through town, parts of it may only be sticking up a little bit in your horizon. So I do think putting some sort of camouflage on it would be beneficial. So that as you're driving through town, it may not stick out as if you're right there looking at it on a horizon at 100 feet up. Obviously, it's going to stand out. But as you're driving around, it may not stand out much.
Can I ask also a question?
Sure.
I know I asked this question before, but please, I would like to just be reminded of the topic of the lattice versus the monopole. Can we talk about that? for a minute?
Right.
Can you address that?
What's the question?
Why the lattice versus the more stealth technology of the monopole? For
We just, all of our designs include lattice type towers.
Yeah, they are better for co-location, and part of the state regs is to build for co-location. So originally when we were doing stuff in New Hampshire and knowing that the state RSA requires for multiple carriers, we would build it such that it would hold future carriers and not held for what we're doing to satisfy those.
Do they make mono poles 190 feet?
Yes. Yes, they do.
Rising Tide ever proposed a monopole over one.
Not a public hearing. Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, it's not a public hearing, so we just,
I will ask that because I'm curious now. Have you proposed 190 foot, or have you? I'll address it differently. Have you proposed any monopole designs versus lattice?
Yes, we have. a couple
What is
cases.
the monopole?
Can I ask?
I get-
Were there multiple, antenna on the monopole?
Yeah, they were a certain situation, in Eastport, we did a balance mount, 100-foot pole. We were limited to 100 feet there because of FAA rulings. In fact, even at that 100 feet, we had to light it, because it was so close to the airport, so.
Yeah, so you can build them.
So you can co-locate on a monopole.
You can.
Can this application be put on a 190 foot tower monopole with the two proposed carriers that we're looking at?
We'd have to start over with the scratch on all
Yeah,
the.
the design that we put forward is what we're applying for.
okay, which that does bring us back to the, that, isn't, I mean, I guess, and going back to the way, it's, the question is, do we want to grant a waiver for the camera?
I will say this.
Well, I think it's beyond the camouflage, because I understand the permit, but just because the permit is the issue isn't necessarily satisfactory for the alternative between a lattice and a, like, I would be more lenient on the lattice if they're supporting data to show, hey, it needs to be a lattice because it's not going to be able to handle the weight of the panels for additional carriers or something like that. I haven't seen that. So I do think that it is actually both the camouflage and the stealth technology. I don't think that there's enough supporting data, like, I mean.
Monopole is not considered stealth, it's just like a different design feature, so.
Like, it's less, I think, yeah, but obstruction, I think, from a distance is less than a lattice. That's maybe a personal opinion, but from my observation, from looking at what I know on lattice versus the mono, there's definitely a difference from with respect to that. So that's my only, take that for what it's worth, but that's my take on those two topics within that specific section.
I mean, the ordinance says camouflaged and stealth technology, so I guess I don't know what the difference between them would be,
Well,
but
it says camouflaged using stealth technologies.
no.
3D.
You're looking at.
No, there's two provisions on
Yeah.
stealth. This is what I said. So E2B
Right.
says in a wooded area must be camouflaged and must employ stealth technology. I will say this, for what it's worth. It appears to me, maybe just occurred to me by that line of inquiry, that the select board and the applicant put this proposal forward based on the objective of coverage area in the schools, right? I do not believe that due consideration was given to the ordinance. I think the ordinance would have been changed, should have been changed prior to this. I would even say that, but it wasn't. Fine. That's problematic for the board, right? The questions you were just raising were basically, did you try to do any of this? And the answer is no. That's what I've heard. Now, I'm not being critical of that. Like, I don't think that's what you guys were asked to do. I do think that's a problem. Like the ordinance has to be considered. Projects can't come in front of the board and say, look, here's the deal. We want to do this project. We see this with home subdivisions all the time. They come in and say, all right, you have this ordinance. They go to you all and they checklist. Oh, what are the waivers I need? Oh, this minimizes impact. That's all they say. That's the justification, right? And we argue with them like, what? Show me. And they're like, well, I don't understand what you're saying. We can't put 50 houses here unless we do it this way. And it's like, is that what minimize impact means? I just think that's how projects are done. I do think it's a problem. I don't know. Like the monopole is an interesting question. Like, yeah, that.
Yeah.
If public safety were not an issue, I personally don't think this would be a debate at all. I think it'd be no chance. Public safety is an issue. So it's not easy, but if this were a different type of project, they wouldn't even be here. They wouldn't even have gotten close to this far.
So we do gotta do something though. Approve or deny. Then we gotta have our reasons for doing it. But I agree with you. It is, I think, you know, a lot of this, you know, has me scratching my head, but you know, we do, you know, for public safety, you know, we need cell service. I don't think it's so much at the schools that we need cell service, but we need, you know, the town should have. You know, listening to some of the stuff at town meetings still, I'm sure rings in a lot of people's head, you know, when. You know, the 911 call drops many times and. You guys
I
heard-
don't disagree with that. I mean, I've been in the high school hosting events. I was just at one for a robotics event recently. The coverage was bad. I will say that. Because the bandwidth gets maxed out on the Wi-Fi when you've got an event like that, where you got a bunch of kids on computers maxing, it's bad down there. I agree, but I struggle with those two specific items that I've already outlined there, so.
Regardless of which way you want to do this, I mean, I will say, I think the board as a whole is, you know, we've looked at it all and. You know, it's,
Yeah, I think you have to ask, is there any additional information that would help get to your decision, or have you've heard a lot?
you've heard it. I mean, it's, there's not,
If there's nothing else, then I think it's tough, but you have to make a decision. I'm glad I don't have to vote.
if this project's gonna go, it's gonna be 190-foot lattice tower, or it's not gonna go. Right? I mean, that's. The bottom line for you guys, that's your application. I mean, anybody else is welcome to make a motion too. We'll do it awfully good, Adam.
I have less of an issue of the height than I do with what.
Yeah,
raised, John.
I have less of a struggle with the height as well, but I have a struggle with the fact of specifically the camouflage and the appropriate stealth technology. That's what I'm getting hung up on.
And kind of I think the monopole is one.
With us, a monopole at 190 and then and self-supporter at 190, neither of them are stealth, like monopole doesn't imply stealth.
Okay,
It implies.
But it-
I understand that, but back to my point that I made earlier, and maybe it's not clear, is it's the
It's less
perception
dense.
of like looking at it, and they're gonna be looking at it, and I personally, it's my opinion. Others may have different opinion. I personally would rather look at a monopole than a ladder.
No,
That's
I
just,
respect that.
so that's where I'm going at that, and they have spoken. And I'm taking that into account because I don't live there, but they have addressed that, so. I guess. That's where I'm coming from with respect to that.
No, I totally understand.
If there was data to support that, like I said earlier. I would have a different opinion probably.
But if we had applied at a 190 and it wasn't stealth, I think the same issues would arise. I don't think it would have satisfied any of the neighbors.
Okay, I'm not getting hung up on the stealth as much as the appropriate for overcoming the wooded area.
Jonathan, though, he does raise a point, though, like if it were a monopole, is that right? Would we still be having the same conversation?
We'd be having the same exact conversation.
Well, I know we would be technically because it's still 190 feet, but
Yeah.
would there be as much objection to it? You know, it's theoretical. I don't.
What is the definition of stealth technology as defined in our zoning?
It has,
Defined in.
We're gonna find out. I doubt it.
They're not
Not designed and.
This definition of stealth facility technology shall mean any PWSF designed to look like a structure which may commonly be found in the area surrounding such proposed facilities, such as but not limited to flagpoles, farm silos, ranger or forest fire watchtowers, or artificial trees.
You don't have any of those, huh?
I'm trying to define it's kind of a different.
So that is.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, if it was in an area where there's a bunch of.
behind Bass Pro, there's like a watchtower out back. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
It's a cell tower? Is that the facade?
Close enough to the highway.
Okay, just curious. Getting off to subject, but
That's the.
Where's this definition?
so with 190 foot, and we put
What page is?
how big of a flag could we hang off?
It's at the beginning of section 710 has definition section.
So it takes
Oh,
it
that's-
into narrative.
It's the last definition.
Oh, yes, okay, thank you. Yes.
So it does not include monopoles as stealth technology.
It says commonly found in the area, I guess.
Nothing.
Trees.
190.
You need to make a tree 190 feet.
I think, yeah.
Actually, one of the issues with those camouflage trees is that they're plastic and the plastic falls off. So they're not hassle-free from, issue-free
I'm
from.
sure they gather more ice, hold more snow.
Yeah, I think they testified to that.
I could.
Actually.
Yeah. Okay.
Branches being an issue. But. You're absolutely right, though. What are we actually waiving when we waive that? I mean, is there?
So what about the camouflage then? If we're back, I agree with what we just determined on with respect to the difference between the monopole and the lattice. I mean, there's really nothing that is within the zoning.
The ordinance, yeah.
That really defines that. So now I'm back. Still, I think valid is 2B and 3D
Mhm.
on camouflage.
So 3D says camouflaged using stealth technologies.
I'm sorry, 3A, concealed or camouflage or within the existing building.
Oh, well, right, but that's the hierarchy you kind of go
Step
through.
through.
So you step through, so it's a new facility, it's only gonna be D.
Okay, gotcha. So 2B,
They want.
E2B.
Right, yeah.
I think you're right. I just don't think we're gonna get an answer.
I think this goes back to the original thing. That without what I said, if you prove the height first, and then you have, once that's a done deal. Then you have an honest conversation that say, it's 190 feet, do you want limbs on it or not? And if the butters who are taking the time to be here. Want limbs on it. Then you don't have to waive that
I think I'm even beyond that. What have we been provided to say that we wouldn't request?
I only say that because if they don't want limbs on it, I don't want to force the company to put them on there.
Valid.
Can I ask a question? I don't know if it's a question for Matt or the applicant, but I'll just ask it. If the board were to say, we want tree limbs on it, can that be done within this application or is it a whole new design?
It would be a whole new design because you can't put limbs on lattice towers.
Okay, so that, Matt, would that mean that essentially
So-
this application gets denied and they start over?
Question.
Yes, well, it would be, all right, so let me think this out. So
So basically, if we say, if we don't waive.
Well, no, that's for the applicant, right? If we didn't waive
Yeah,
that,
so-
they have to come up with something. And if they say they can't do it.
They're not gonna
at
do
the
it.
time, they're not gonna do
So
it.
practically, it sounds like they would need to do a redesign, right? So procedurally, the question could be, you guys deny that waiver. And then you go through, you know, the height or whatever. I mean, you guys have to act on all the waivers. But theoretically, the applicant, if you did deny that waiver, the applicant could say, hey, you know, we're gonna pull the application and just go from there. Otherwise, I think, yeah, I mean, in the end, you'd probably deny it unless they said, hey, we'll just pull it. So I think that would be the procedural aspect, but it sounds like from what they're saying, it would be a redesign on their end to do that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, camouflage is only on.
Yep.
Good questions.
What we were tasked to do and cover and provide additional space for additional carriers, that's kind of with our hardship and our reason for the request.
But it's getting late.
Think. Been sitting here thinking.
Good.
Trying to boil down the question to its essence in my mind. And I do feel like it's public safety versus a butter impact. To me, that is really the crux of the question. And in my opinion, I think public safety has to come first.
And so the purpose of the waivers is to like reduce the impacts, not to eliminate impacts. So that's important to keep in mind.
Right. I don't think this project reduces impacts at all. That's the point I was making about consideration of the ordinance. You know. But I also don't like, the 90 feet is very bizarre because it doesn't seem like that's reasonable. Nothing is being built for 90 feet anywhere to provide any help. So that's feels like a totally outdated provision in the ordinance.
I agree.
So that has to be changed, whether it should be 190 feet or whatever, I don't know. So, you know.
That's the magic number without a light.
Yeah, right. The impact is the impact, you know, it's mitigated to the extent it can be, but you know, what practical way can they do it? But I just I'm just trying to debate between those two things, right? Because it's easy to overlook, like, well, it's only one person or 5 people or whatever, but it's a big deal but public safety is also a very big deal. Yeah, I mean, I guess I just don't think I can sacrifice public safety for it at the end of the day.
All right, you're our motion guy.
Oh, I gotta find it. So let me start with that second. I'll do one more. Well, we'll do them in order. So I'll make a motion to grant the waiver request of section 710E3 as it's found to comply with all of the relief criteria as listed in 1302B2A of the zoning ordinance, which again I think satisfies 1 and 2. No fair and substantial relationship exists between the purposes of the ordinance and the specific application. Specific to me, that's the question we just discussed. The 90 feet, I mean, does not feel like it can serve the ordinance in any way, shape, or form. And this appears to be the only reasonable height at which something like this can be done.
Wait, you're doing local.
Yeah.
priority.
But I was going through those two, saying it meets 1 and 2 in my mind. Just that would be the finding.
It sounded like your finding was about the height, though.
Oh, sorry. Oh, no, it's set 710E3.
You said E4 originally.
No,
No,
we already did that.
E3 is local.
Location talks about,
That's
Oh, yeah, sorry.
the camouflage
Camouflage, yep,
and the stealth technology.
yep. Right, so let me rephrase that. So the stealth technology for that height doesn't appear to be applicable. And this is the type of tower. That's my motion.
Okay,
Do what you will.
we have a second on that motion.
a second.
Okay. So we have a motion to grant section 7-10E3. We're gonna start with Adam again. How do you vote, Adam?
Oh, yes.
David,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Jonathan,
Yes.
Sandy,
Yes,
myself, yes,
And once again, I'm going to abstain
like
because,
Wayne is abstaining.
because the select board. Brought this.
Okay.
Or, whatever.
So now it's just the height.
Now it's the big one. Literally.
Well, it's the height,
The height.
the wooded, it's all of those, right? It's two.
Yeah, it all ties up.
Yeah, so.
I'll make a motion to approve the waiver 710E2 for height limitations as it meets all the relief criteria in 1302B2A.
a second.
Okay. So now the motion to grant section 7.10E2. How do you vote, Adam?
Yes.
David,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Jonathan?
I have a question. If I can ask Carrie.
Yeah.
With respect to this.
Okay.
So can we ask, I guess my question is, does it apply to this? Or should it apply to the site plan? With respect to the color? Because I do think that that would be a part of the camouflage. And I think it should be part of a condition. So my question is, should that be how, you see where I'm torn on this is, I think if that is not part of it, then I have concern over E2B here.
seems like the color would fall here. I guess my question to you is, do you feel that there's a color that would make it less obtrusive?
I think, it could. Yeah,
They don't have invisible paint yet.
they don't, but I think,
It's with
like,
chrome. You just get reflection.
well, that,
Okay.
no offense, but I think that should be a question. I don't know the answer to that.
I mean,
If it's shiny and reflective, I do think that has.
Ends up being a Fuller's parking lot. And
Fuller's
parking lot is
um,
30% slope out to the road.
Oh, I'm sorry. So the only thing I would say is I believe there was a motion up there for vote, and maybe that needs to be taken care of before more discussion.
From Black Diamond speak. Questioning
Okay.
the stopping of the vote.
Yes.
Yeah,
we need to finish.
so we'd have to, to discuss more, we basically need to start to,
Vote out.
We're already halfway through
I know we're already halfway through. And,
Sorry, but.
yeah, no,
mean,
I,
it was coming up because I do think that if it's like. Something that is reflective versus non-reflective could make a difference. I think it's a valid.
What is the proposed
Gray.
color?
It's galvanized.
yeah, which isn't a shiny, it isn't.
Not shiny, it is not.
So,
I think we gotta move on the vote.
yeah. So. What do you think, Jonathan? Yea or nay?
I'll say, yeah, yes.
A yes for Jonathan.
Okay, I'm a
Sandy?
yes.
And I'm gonna vote yes. You're gonna.
That'd be a condition though.
I agree. That's why I did what I did, because I think you can apply a condition to the site. I think. And
So that's the waivers. We have approved them all.
He abstained.
Yes.
Right.
Is that Matt?
That's Matt.
Yeah, yeah, really quick. I think on the CUP and on the site plan, in either instance, you could ask for any conditions, so.
So that being said, before we get into this, I'll bring that up then. So I would propose that there be a condition to look at doing some sort of camouflage color potentially to minimize the visual impact as being one. The other thing that I think we should put in the condition is, to your point, on the alternative layout of the power line.
Yes.
So before we get into that, those two things I think we should bring up as conditions.
Okay, well, we're moving on to the application.
No.
No,
Condition approved.
the CUP. Oh, we just did the.
Yeah.
Okay.
Matt, the potential conditions for the layout of the access road and power lines, that would go with the site plan, right?
Could you say that again, Carrie? I kind of lost part of that.
Okay, they're talking about a condition, Don had requested that the
Relocation.
jog kind of in
The
the,
power line, that it's not a straight shot from the road. So it's, so there's a curve, so you won't see the
Yeah.
fencing in the base, the very base of the antenna.
that belongs in the site plan.
Yeah, I'd put that in the site plan. Yep.
Great.
So do the conditions in the site plan.
Yeah.
Okay. And that-
The site plan is basically a second public hearing.
That's a John.
That's a new item.
That's a new item.
Yeah, Don can keep us here.
I can do whatever.
Ultimate power.
The conditions that Matt had suggested were that the site plan application is approved by the planning board. And the second one was relative to the lease agreement with the Board of Selectmen, which we just found out has already been finalized. So I don't believe that's relevant anymore.
Oh,
Yeah, that one would not be.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
That second provision, we talked about that as a specific reference to the new law that's was discussed,
Called the spectrum law.
The lease agreement has been signed, so I don't think.
but was that in there?
I haven't seen the lease.
I honestly don't
I
remember.
believe the lease is specifically for a 190-foot tower, though,
Yeah.
right? So if it was anything but that or changed, then it would breach the lease. The lease allows them to have a tower that's 190 feet.
That's right. Okay, that makes sense.
Doesn't specifically say we're not going to go taller, but it says we have a 190-foot tower.
Right, so the law that was referenced was in relation to a zoning ordinance or local restriction, not a contract.
Because the town owns the land.
Right.
So it's a different sort of relationship that
Yeah,
the town has with the company.
yeah, sorry, I was being quiet because I was trying to compute it. That makes sense to me. Yeah.
Hey, Carrie. One other condition I thought I had on here, but is it's customary for a cell tower to have a bond to remove it in the event that it needs to be taken down. So
Isn't
I
that
would
it?
recommend-
Isn't that in the site plan?
Um,
Yeah, proof of bonding
yeah,
insurance.
yes, yep, good catch. I hadn't looked ahead yet. Yes, yep.
That's what that is though, right, Matt?
Yes, proof of bonding, insurance, to remove it in the event. it needs to come down.
Is that to remove?
Specifically talks to a bond, but in the contract says they will remove it.
Okay, so so that's good news, but a bond is a different layer of protection. Right, so the contract can say, we'll remove it, and then they breach the contract and the town sues them and they're like, well, sorry, we're bankrupt. The whole reason for the bond would be, that's fine, but we can be closing against the bond.
Yeah.
So both things would be important.
I don't think. Talked about a bond. We will make it a condition.
We could make it a
Customary
condition.
language in our lease, however, if it's a requirement, then we agree to it. We've done it before.
Oh, that's good. That's easy.
So for a bond for.
No
removal.
objection. But we're not even on that.
Yeah.
So right now for the CUP, the only condition we have is that the site plan is approved.
Just
So the other thing that we want to put on here is the power line not being.
That's on the site plan.
That'll be on
Yeah,
the site.
site
plan.
plans,
Right,
but
okay.
I made note of both that and that. What I brought up regarding the
Right,
adding the
the
ammo to
collar.
minimize visual
And
impact.
then you might want to turn to section 1205. And those are the criteria for granting use permit.
So I was just gonna
Good
raise that
reference
point.
there.
They are different than what we just talked about.
Yep. Different set of criteria.
Criteria for approval on 1205 is different than 12
And 13.
and 13. To A, which is what we approve all the waivers under 13B2A. Then you have to approve the conditional use permit under 1205. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and they're different criteria.
So yeah, I'd recommend maybe we look at those individually and just talk them through. That we have all the evidence laid out in the record of how the decision was or came to.
1205.
1205.
Yeah, but
Yes, page
I'm looking,
103.
I'm looking at specifically A, which references the table of use regulations, which is in article.
It is in there,
Yeah.
right? We just looked at that.
Just looked, so every single zoning district has as a conditional use permit, so that's covered.
So let's just talk about that for a second. Again, with, just so everybody understands, every zoning district in the town allows for this. So the whole, what are we trying to do with the zoning ordinance impossible to decipher at times. This would be a good explanation. So that is satisfied
Right.
because it's allowed.
Yep.
Yeah. Carrie, I actually have a question about B.
Yeah.
It feels like that's a weird one. Like it does not comply with the provisions of this. Yet we
But-
just waive them.
Right.
So that, to me, the waiver satisfies B.
But it's Article 12.
When you are making the.
Of this art, you're right.
You're saying the proposal complies with the ordinance, given the plans presented and the waivers granted. So you're considering the plans and the waivers as a whole, saying
Right.
with the waivers, does it need it?
I mean, B to me seems satisfied by virtue of the waivers. C, public health or safety, I don't think we've heard anything about that. I think D is the one. If I skip D for a second, E, highway or pedestrian safety, I don't think so. Natural resources, I don't think so. Public utilities, like, that's all appears satisfied. There's no expected when we have department head comments, nothing there. So really the only one is compatible with the neighborhood and adjoining or abutting uses. Which, I mean, on the one hand, it is clearly not. On the other hand, the zoning ordinance says residential neighborhoods, cell towers are allowed. So, I think it's a judgment call. And again, I think you could go either way there. Totally reasonable.
The granting the waiver sort of explicitly saying.
I think you're probably right, but. Let's see.
Oh,
Influence.
okay.
I missed it. Then we'll see what happens next.
The next we need to approve the waivers now, right? We gotta,
No, waivers are approved.
yep, we gotta approve the CUP.
So I think the only thing to discuss before you get to the CUP is what your condition really would be. So if you said conditioned on the use of some, like, how would you think about that condition?
I think it should leave open the possibility that what they've proposed might be.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not
The
saying that
spot,
it's
so that-
not, but I think that it
Yeah.
should at least be reviewed, and I'm struggling with
Like, who would judge it?
Yeah.
That's the question.
I get one of the questions, actually, back to the applicant. And I'm trying to recall, as you see these is, when the antenna that goes on there, like a lot of, like sometimes them are bright white, against.
Or gray.
And that, it all kind of stays that flat gray and stuff.
I guess I guess I'd be okay with what the industry practice is for.
What is it?
Like, is there, I guess, I'll act it that way, is there a industry standard for like? Or something that's already established out there for minimizing, like, from a visual standpoint of the. You mentioned that there's colors, right? So is there something?
Antennas
Yeah,
themselves?
yeah,
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, each carrier picks what type of antenna they want to use, but as far as array domes on the antennas, I mean, typically they're white or grayish.
And then the color of the structure, I get that the actual
You'll see
panel.
the ones that were white and red by Eric Schwartz, and those were all like needed to be painted because of the FAA requirements and stuff. But now they're all just,
The galvanized.
they're all galvanized steel, just.
Yeah, we're talking towers or antennas?
Both.
both,
Everything kind of in general, I
Yes,
think you're
to
talking about the-
minimize visual impact.
Yeah, I mean, the galvanizing kind of, you can identify any rust, any weakness, and that kind of stuff. So it really is not very shiny, but lasts. And withstands the weather and stuff.
I'm torn because if we put something in there for like a coating, I could see there being an issue with like maintenance. Because you're gonna have to maintain that.
Color.
Right, if you put some sort of coating on it, then you gotta worry about what if it's peeling and.
I have no idea.
I would expect that, is what I'm getting at.
You're probably right.
I'm struggling on that specific topic. I was trying to think of a way to try to minimize the visual impact, but I'm torn with.
Yeah, I don't think there's much
actually
minimizing. I mean, the antenna domes that go, I mean, I wouldn't want to see, bright white ones up there. If it's gray, just to keep that.
But it's gonna be dependent on whatever AT&T is using for the actual panel. I mean, I know.
I mean,
Those actual panels I know very well, because we used to build them at the
Yeah.
previous company.
I mean, I don't know if there is
But
choices of what they do with them or.
I'm less worried about the panels as I am about the tower, I think, but the more I think about it. Like trying to put some sort of coating in there to try to minimize, I think is just as complicated of maintaining it at that point.
Most antenna manufacturers are gray to match the tower, like a faded. But obviously, I mean, each carrier has their own preference on antennas. There's a lot of different antenna manufacturers out there. And I mean, if they go and have to swap one out or they change to a different style antenna.
Do you have any projects where you guys have done, so forget the actual antenna panels, the towers themselves?
Painted?
Yeah, or no?
Don't have any. Because it is a maintenance issue after the fact.
I'm almost now that like the more that I think through that process, I'm almost of the opinion to now strike that condition.
So. This question, as, this is going up and they're talking about with. The one AT&T going on there, as. They add carriers, do they gotta come back here, right?
Yes. Right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
I mean, what we're approving is this thing with AT&T. Like what we're approving is this with the AT&T antennas.
AT&T on it.
Yeah, because they would have to do that same sort of, is there an existing facility? Is there this, and and you'd say yes, the existing facility is just built, and then they'd have to apply to go on. As opposed to build their own. You wouldn't want them to build their own right now. Nor the town wouldn't give them a lease, but.
Those would be easy applications. All the answers we've gone through would check off differently.
Yeah. Yeah, I think in the past, we did like 3 different antenna times on Blue Fields building.
Do we have to put this site plan condition in here? That seems redundant.
No, I mean, it just ties it to the site plan. That's really all it does.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Conjuring up a motion or?
Waiting to see what happens.
Yep.
Any other conditions? Anybody else want to make a motion?
What if I can?
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to. Hold on, I have to make a condition first. So I'm gonna add a condition of approval that the site plan application 20722 is approved by the planning board. And with that condition, I'll make a motion to conditionally approve application 41222. As the proposal complies with zoning ordinances 710 and 1205, given the plans presented and the waivers granted.
I'll second.
Jonathan.
Jonathan. Okay, with that, we are gonna do a roll call vote on approving application 41-22. We'll start off again with Adam.
Yes.
David,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Jonathan,
Yes.
Sandy,
Yes.
myself, yes. And again, you're abstaining.
Yeah.
Okay. We have SUP.
There, Don.
I would really, I mean, we have gone through all this. I would really like to push on. So this is application 7-22, Town of Bow, Rising Tide Tower LLC site plan continuation. It's not really, kind of a for proposed telecommunications facility on a 100 by 100 foot leased area. Facility include a 190 foot self-supported lattice tower, a 75 foot by 75 foot fenced in developed area, and a 12 foot by 550 foot gravel access road located at Franklin Dairy Turnpike East. Zoning map 23, block 3, lot 64. So we've heard plenty of presentation on this, but so I guess, Matt, what do we need to do?
So technically you need to open the public
Yeah, we're
hearing,
gonna open the public and
then close the public hearing and then consider the application.
I have a procedural question
Okay.
too. Do they have to give like a presentation or no? Can they just waive it?
I don't think they have to.
Have to.
Yeah,
Okay, and then
unless they
second,
want to add anything new.
we accepted this application or have we
Yes.
only ever talked about the
Yeah.
other?
No, we accepted it.
Okay,
And that's what started a 65-day clock.
Yep.
okay. We'd have been back next month for sure.
Yeah. Well, maybe. I mean,
All right.
they've allowed us to continue this.
No, well, right, yeah, right, fair enough.
So do you want to open the public?
Yes, I do want to open the public hearing. Please keep it, short and so we can get through everybody.
Indeed, I think that's quite important. On behalf of my family and myself, and I think I speak for most of the others, what we've said stands with no further comments. We are authorized by 677.15 to appeal, and that's our next. Thank you. Respectfully.
Anybody else? Yes, sir.
Philippe Miranda, 2 Abbey Road.
Sorry,
Just
did
but
not
the-
hear that.
Can you repeat that name for every?
Miranda, 2 Abbey Road. I just wanted to give kudos to this board. You did everything right. You actually showed respect for everyone. You listened to everyone. You did everything that the board of selectors should have done and did. So I just want to commend you guys for all the work you have done. Thank you.
Thank you.
And to everyone. March, we have an election for selection. Remember.
Anybody else?
Just to comment that the lattice,
Power.
works are along highways and that they make a lot of.
Do more.
Yes.
I did not hear what she said though.
The lattice.
Lattice makes a lot of noise.
Lattice makes a lot. And they're along highways, so not in the middle of neighborhoods. But no.
Okay.
Can I ask, I know it's still open, but, I'm struggling to find this site, the 5.2.j.
Because it's in a different book.
What are you trying to find?
The waivers.
5.2.j. I want to read that. Oh,
Yeah.
gotcha. Thank you.
But, yeah, did anybody else have any comments? Yes. Yeah.
I just have a question. Contacted the utility company. And are they able to meet your requirements for power with respect to the cells?
Yes.
Yes.
One last quick one. Any numbers ever given of approximately how many residences will be covered by the tower as opposed to? I know that high school is a big thing. Is there any percentage numbers of 5% of the town, 40, 50? Is there any numbers they gave to show on the residences will get covered?
I didn't get seeing numbers. I just seen, you know, their coverage map, which covers the more populated area of Bow.
There was no,
No, like numbers of houses.
all those houses way over that town, but seems like it's awful.
No, and I also we don't have numbers of, you know, like on, as you go Route 13 of, you know, what there is for cell service there.
Right, but I mean,
Yeah.
it's just as it's an awful lot of
This is
residences.
mainly as,
Town.
The other thing that we were challenged with is even the independent review, like the coverage map isn't necessarily what AT&T or any other carrier for that matter is necessarily gonna divulge information on. Like that's back to earlier comments of proprietary information, so the coverage may actually, in theory, be slightly better than even the independent
yeah, this line needs to.
reports that we saw, so.
Jog.
Just curious to what all the other people that aren't going to be covered.
Yeah.
They're not pleased. The cell phone doesn't work any better next week because of just wondering how many people are over there.
Not sure. Yes, sir.
Dave Park, it's quite, learned more about planning than I ever wanted to, but I have no idea what the purpose of the site plan approval process is. Just wondering if you could tell us, like, what are you weighing and considering? That might weigh in on what comments or questions you might have.
Matt, do you want to take that one?
Yeah.
There you go. Did you hear that, Matt?
So site plan regs are a different animal. The first thing, the conditional use permit, that was something spelled out in the zoning ordinance. So it's a permit that the zoning ordinance describes as the planning board, you know, being the permitting authority. It spells out the criteria. It spells out criteria for relief, that those kinds of things. It's a narrow, you know, set of different analysis points. The site plan regs for anything, right? Let's take, for the sake of discussion, a Dunkin' Donuts or something like that. In that instance, you'd be looking at the site plan regs, and keep in mind, the site plan regs are for anything that's not a duplex, a single family home. And that's really it. So if it's multifamily or commercial or anything, it's going to need a site plan review or, change of use amongst those uses as well. But the bottom line is, using that Dunkin's as an example, and we'll get back to this, right? It looks at anything outside of the wall. So traffic flow, drainage, those kinds of things, utilities, things like that, right? So for the Dunkin's, where people coming and going, where you're going to have your power, your septic, all of those things, the site itself. In this case, the site plan regs are applied to it, and essentially what it's looking for is a lot of that stuff is not going to be applicable. For example, septic tanks, right? I mean, there's nobody living there. There's nobody coming there as, customers. So, there's no septic tank requirement.
The traffic, there's
Power. Exactly. So a lot of the things in the site plan checklist and in the site plan regs are not really going to apply to this. So what does apply? It's really not a whole lot, but some of the fencing questions. I know there was conversations earlier about the lay of the roadway in. That's absolutely a site plan conversation. You think about the tower being inside the Dunkin's, inside the fence, inside the Dunkin' Donuts. Now we're outside the walls of the fence, just like would be outside the walls of the Dunkin's, looking at those elements. So it really is looking at those elements that pertain to the site kind of outside of that tower area. Specifically, the access way, the power, which we just had a conversation on, that was, is described that they do have their power requirement. The bottom line is not really a lot. I mean, there is, generally speaking, site plan regs will get into buffers and screening, but at the ground level, nothing up the pole or anything like that. I mean, that was the CUP. But generally that's it. So imagine things outside of the fence in your mind as you're thinking of questions. And I think that's probably the best way to proceed. I think, again, a good question that's come up regarding this in the past has been doing that jog in the power, where the power comes in, doing that jog just to kind of break it up and essentially give some buffering. Buffers. It's getting late. Sorry about that.
Okay, good explanation. Did that answer your question?
And if I can just follow up and just say,
Sure.
I don't know what's allowed, but I do think that one of the best parts of that is the trails. We talked a lot about the trails. I don't know if there's ways for them to either, I don't know if it's called bribery, but then they donate money to the conservation committee or the Pioneer Club to keep that improved and just make sure that that's not lost.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
with that stuff, I think the road is taking the trail in there, so your access point, a piece of it is it's gonna be more of a dirt road than a trail. But besides the 75-foot by 75-foot area, it's not gonna take away from any of the trails, any of the habitat. It's nothing's, is changing on that. I think you already took down all the trees that's gonna come down.
We did, we found it.
The town did, yeah.
It's not all the trees.
There's some more to go, or, to get the access road in.
Just enough for a balloon.
Yes, that was the first. Mr. Gould.
What are we doing about watershed? Where's that water gonna go once they take all that down and put that tower up? Is it gonna go down the brook and then across my property?
The drainage off the site, I mean, it's,
So are they gonna handle like detention or anything?
There's proposed riprap and ditching around the site in the site plan layout, but maybe I'll let them.
Are there, maybe one of the engineers would be best suited to
Yeah.
answer that?
Yeah, I mean, Megan, I don't know if you're online and you can talk to drainage.
I think actually Jim would be the best person to respond to that. Jim, if you're available.
Yeah, Jim Hebert, professional engineer for New Hampshire, Maine, and Vermont. Am I coming through?
Yes.
Okay, so we did erosion corrosion studies. There's very little sedimentation flow from stormwater because it's such a small area that's being disturbed and it's being returned back to the property itself in that small quantity using spreaders so that you don't have any erosion processes taking place. So you have neighbors 300 or 400 feet away, they should not see that road. Again, we're disturbing very little land there. And if you look at the site plan, it looks at it accounts for the grades and the riprap is there because of the steepness of the road. It collects that water and then distributes, puts it back into the property soil itself.
Usually, it's maybe a question for Adam, but do we have anybody in town review that piece of it? We usually have like drainage reviewed by town engineer.
I don't believe we did for this right now.
Yeah, I think, let me see here, going back through the memo here about department head comments. I don't think there was any engineering comments because typically one of the triggers is usually a stormwater management study with a lot of impervious coverage.
Right. Yeah.
And it really didn't rise to that level.
I mean, how much impervious surface will there be inside the 75-foot fence?
That is that's all crushed rock and it remains pervious after the construction is completed. So the only impervious areas will be your new access road.
Well, your footings.
The footings. I
Well,
mean,
the footing is underground mostly, so it's not affecting, water will still be able to percolate through the soil.
Well, you have pads for your equipment.
The foundation is a padded pier.
yeah, and how big is that?
I'd have to look at the actual design.
Yeah, it's
30 by 30 maybe is the pad area.
Yeah, is it that big?
It's not in this one, it's in the prior, which I kept.
Right.
Let's say, where are you finding those maps?
Sorry, we tried to keep the
That's okay.
paper to minimal. Getting excessive.
Yeah.
You're gonna have your pads for the shelters for the equipment for the.
We don't have a shelter, so we use outdoor cabinets and it's on a raised galvanized platform. So it's
Oh.
not a concrete pad.
Okay.
The water can still flow under the.
I have that too.
Yeah.
Got one question. Water.
Hi, it's Deb McCann, 32 Branch Line, Missouri. How high is the fence around the pad?
8 foot. With barbed wire.
Okay. Are you guys aware of like the extreme sport of cell tower climbing?
Never had it happen.
Well, I'm just saying, with all the reaching, Google, all the research, there's a lot of YouTube videos of people, I mean, they put fences to stop somebody that wants to climb a 190-foot tower.
If they're gonna,
Well, it might,
Here for stupid.
but who absorbs liability? Is it you or the town?
As far as the compound itself.
Well, I mean, say somebody scaled the fence and climbs the tower and falls off.
Yeah, we have insurance requirements in the lease and all that stuff.
I just never heard of it, and I was like, what the heck is this?
yeah, you can't fix stupid.
Yeah.
You can try to deter it. I think the barbed wire might help do that. Anybody else from the public? Yes, sir.
Scott Cool, I'm 18 Merrill Crossing. Again, I apologize if some of this has already come out. I'm new to the town.
It's okay.
Two quick questions is how much is this going to be tax assessed for? And how much money is it coming to the town? And what is the lease payments to the town for this?
Well, it will end up being, I mean, it will end up being public.
Yes.
I'm not sure. I mean, I hope the town's gonna make some money off this thing.
Well, why would it not be public now?
Yeah, why?
Contract signed. Contract's public. It doesn't have payment provisions in the contract.
It does.
My question stems is like, there's a lot of work going into this, a lot of effort. If the town's not getting much out of it, besides cell phone coverage, obviously that's a benefit. But if we're not getting much money in revenue for taxes or from lease payment, then why we?
Well, I can't speak to the taxes, but the towers down on 3A. I looked it up or asked Medulla to look it up. And I think they generate approximately $23,000 a piece.
What, in taxes?
In taxes.
Per month?
Yeah, in a year, taxes.
In taxes.
Oh, you're only $23,000?
Yes.
For taxes. No,
Oh, I don't know.
yes,
Yeah, so that's a.
tax, that's a property tax,
That's a property tax.
but the lease
Itself,
payment.
I think, $1,500 a month.
We're getting $1,500 a month. That's it.
That's amazing.
The select board looked at this. We wanted to improve safety. Not making tons of money. We wanted safety. That's the way the select board approached this.
And don't you get more with each carrier?
Wow.
Uh,
There's other things that can be done to get cell phone coverage in around the school or other pockets that we have. $1,500 is
Right.
absolutely not.
It's not that.
Okay, what's the next question?
Well, follow up,
Yeah.
my first question is what's this thing gonna be taxed at and what kind of tax revenue?
well,
Does
I
anybody-
can't, I don't know because each tower is different, how they're taxed. I'd have to follow
Does the
up.
applicant have any idea? You must have some financial performers that might.
We don't know how the town is.
I'd have to follow up with the assessor on that. I don't know.
Do you guys know who the Bobby and Mary Lynn are?
Tell me before this is all done, shouldn't that be known before, like?
Well, like I said, I don't have any, the only thing I can tell you is, yes, I did look into what the towers down on 3A are assessed at. And they were I think it was $23,000 a year.
That was the tax revenue or the assessment?
That was tax revenue
And was that per month or per year?
per year,
Each tower or both towers?
Amazing.
each tower.
Each tower.
So just to hold on. Just.
That's not what we're looking at. Yeah.
Just to defend the board a little bit. Everybody should understand how the tax process works. They are not the assessors. The due diligence that you would have done is, we have two towers. What are they assessed at? That would provide an estimate. Only just because there's been all sorts of concern about untowardness and whatnot, Mike is telling you the select board signed a contract for a lease payment. That's a number certain. And they have an expectation of what the revenue would be from an assessment. It's not a question for the board, just to be clear. If concerns on that should definitely go to the select board. But I mean, he is directly answering the questions. Because I feel like a little defensive of you right now. He is specifically answering your questions. You can be not happy with his answer, but he is telling you
Because I mean,
a truthful
obviously,
answer.
let's face it, everything weighs in, right?
And
I stand looking at a 190-foot tower, if the town's gonna get $23,000 a month, that's a different story than $1,500.
Well, and it has an escalation clause in it also.
How much can $1,500?
But that's not, that isn't the point of this. It's about cell service and community safety
Was paramount.
that's the paramount point of this. If it was about making money for the town and helping, you probably wouldn't like what was in the neighborhood. I mean, there's been different proposals there. If they're gonna sell land to profit for the town, would be a different thing.
A dump was once proposed.
There was a dump proposed there. There was some town shed proposed there. There's been quite a few different things proposed there. I've heard. But anyways. This will definitely have less traffic. Any other questions about the site plan and the layouts, concerns or questions or? All right, with that, one more.
I just want to know why you want to curve the line. Specifically.
Well, I just don't, so when you're on the road, you're walking down the road. And you get to where that power line goes in, that you're not looking at the base of the tower?
Why?
Why would you want to?
Why that's
Why-
perfect.
why-
With no camouflage, clearly the ordinance so far beyond. You're so far beyond what has been.
So do you want to, you know, so you want to do this and see the tower, or do you want to,
What's that?
you want to do both?
It's actually the, I think it's just screening.
It
Just
doesn't matter how I see, I'm gonna see 120 feet of it from my front porch.
Yeah, it's not gonna be screening the tower, it's just the roadside.
It's the road and there's a power line going in. So you're not seeing the equipment on the bottom, you know, so if you're not looking up at the 120 year,
If you drive by, it'll be.
yeah,
Wooded.
when you're in the, I mean,
Are you gonna close it? Cause I
yeah,
do have.
I am. So anything else besides that?
It just didn't make sense.
I have a question.
Okay.
Do you guys know there are
Name.
other options?
Name.
CD Projekt by Project Drive. Like, really?
There isn't other options before this board.
Oh,
Right now, this is a site plan.
This is what we're on the site plan where,
Plan options.
all right, I am going to close the public hearing.
I'll ask my question now.
Yes,
So with respect to this one waiver on the underground versus above ground power lines running out to it. So I guess my question is, why wouldn't we want it to be underground so that there's less likelihood of a windstorm taking out those lines, which would then take out the service to the tower potentially along that path? My guess is you're probably gonna have a lot of tree coverage still on either side.
so what is there for backup? If something like in the storm, ice storm, whatever, trees down, what is the backup to keep the tower going?
Backup batteries and bring in generators.
How long is it?
So how long will it run on the batteries,
Batteries will run 8 to 12 hours.
which is enough time to get
Enough time
generator out there?
And not often enough for it to store, you know.
Well, hopefully restore it, but if it's a, you know, there's been times where it's
Oh, yeah, yeah, but.
in the bigger storm.
Little issue.
Okay, so it's not even a short power, you're not gonna hear a diesel generator start. I mean, that's what I hear at the water, the town water pump house.
I mean, I know there's costs involved.
Well,
of
it
course,
was
and-
a
and-
historical.
Yeah, I saw that.
Historical,
Yeah. the
concern, so
yeah.
they don't want any digging there,
Oh, they,
Minimal ground disturbance.
right?
okay, so that's,
Oh, that's the primary reason for the waiver?
Other waiver request says that it's to avoid significant additional costs associated with underground installation.
but there is a huge hash mark. If you look at the map, there is like a.
Well, that came up in the first meeting.
Yes.
Yes. it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that makes sense, but I wanted to ask the question because I'm just thinking like logically. That stretch from Branch Londonderry to there, there's a high likelihood that there's gonna be a tree that comes down, I would think, over time. I don't know what can we,
12 feet on the road, right?
yeah, so it's only 12 feet, right? And you're running a power line along that path.
So it's proposed right now to bring the power line on an alternate path. If you look on the site plan. Coming up off of,
Are you able to put that up?
yeah, this.
I remember seeing it before, but I don't.
don't think you have.
Right here.
We don't have the newest version.
Oh, this is an older
I
version.
think Matt's gonna get it up on the screen.
Okay. Let's look at it quickly.
Sorry.
Sorry.
So do you want me to do a share screen and put it up?
Yeah.
Sure.
Ours are,
That's the road that can't disturb and that's what company goes to go with that.
but it's
We're
significantly
actually
better.
gonna. see-
All right, here we
We
go.
want to direct them, so we were gonna go with the road at that point.
So are you gonna have two sections
He has. yeah,
cut
he has
into
the-
the path? Like.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, that's what is depicted on that drawing.
So you're gonna have. Well, it's not on this one, Mike. Is it? No,
No.
on this one.
They're still showing a straight
not on
power
it.
line.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So you're gonna have a cut for the power line access, and then you're gonna have additional like view, you're gonna have two different views into that basically.
That was based on the power company, but based on what Dawn wanted, we've arranged that so that blue line now goes more directly to the road.
So you're looking at changing this to go like this way and then follow this.
That is correct. Based on what Tom wanted to see.
Okay.
See, that would miss the historical area.
Yeah, yeah. And so the historical area is down there, like
gray shading.
the shading.
Yes, Dave.
I just want to comment, living there for 20 years, right now, we're the lowest to get done, like last time 3 days without power because we have such a small population there. Would this increase our ability to get power back? Because we're always like.
Probably. I mean, I'm not
We're
sure.
always the last one. If you look every time there's a power outage.
It definitely should bring you up on a priority list.
And we're at the very bottom.
I would imagine. I mean, that would be I don't know if power companies do that, but you know, power companies definitely have priority lists, which your road with a few people would puts you at the bottom.
But I'm wondering if they realize that they're gonna need some serious.
I don't know. Do, you know, during big power outages?
It all depends on the. power
That's a
company.
question to the,
We deal with a lot of different power companies,
Yeah.
Eversource, Unitil here in New Hampshire and Versant.
Yeah. That's one of the other nice things about living on the other side of the interstate.
How long do the batteries
Up
last?
to 12 hours.
So how did,
But 3 days. is the last one.
who are the carriers responsible for making sure of battery backup? Are you responsible for
The carriers are.
Okay.
Each carrier has their own battery backup.
So
That is
then
correct.
does the generator come on?
If they bring a generator in, some of them have permanent generators on site.
They're pretty noisy, aren't they?
Okay, so anyway, which we already have that, yeah. We are not back in public, but which we did already address, you know, on a short power outage, you know, 12 hours. There's battery backup that will run this. If there's a big ice storm, something happens and it's gonna be down longer than that, yes, they're gonna pull on a battery, a diesel generator that you will hear. You won't have any lights on in your house and you're gonna hear a generator. Now, like right now where I live, right behind me is the pump house for the town well. And when we lose power, which isn't very often, and we're high on the priority to get back, probably some is because of the pump house, but I hear a generator come off. You know, that's about 250 feet. And, you know, a car going by is way louder than it. I mean, if the wind blows, you can't hear it. A generator that far next to the thing isn't gonna be a loud piece.
You have no trees between your house and.
Unless you, yeah, I have an open field up on a hill, there's, and it's. You know, a portable one coming on a trailer would probably be a little louder than what's behind there, but yes, that's. In a power outage. They would bring a generator in and then people's landlines that don't work, their cell phones would. And you're gonna hear a generator. That's, I mean, what's nice and if it's a small outage, it's gonna be back and you're not gonna have a generator.
Our customers had internet and phone service on Christmas and I didn't have.
Yes. So anyways, we did close the public hearing, but
For the conditions, we want to do proof of bonding, obviously, they receive the boat driveway permit. A redesign of the electrical entryway. Agreement of that we can inspect it. Is there any other conditions that we want to put on it? I know we have to do the waiver request first, but we might as well discuss that too.
Yeah, the waiver, but so I guess I'm back to that question because it's avoiding the historic site by going that way. So now it's just a shared cost for the waiver.
That's it's the very back of the site plan thing. It explains the waiver request. And it says that they're requesting a waiver to avoid significant additional costs associated with the underground installation of these utilities. And that, and then it says that because it's in a fully developed forested area, the overhead utilities will not have a scenic impact on adjacent site areas or roads.
And your updated plan where you're gonna do that diagonal shift, that was already, like validated with the.
We have to validate that with Unitil.
Okay, condition.
Do we have that plan yet?
Yeah, because
Okay.
we still have to, I mean, we've just been talking about it.
Okay, just making sure.
We will get you that plan once it's been revised.
I think that
It'd be a
that's a
condition.
condition as well, so that's a condition.
And that is,
The dri-
yeah,
The
so,
alternative driveway layout that you asked is a condition to your point.
Driveway.
It's the utility.
utility.
Very utility,
Driveways stay the same,
okay,
right?
The utility and the driveways are two separate things.
Right.
yep.
That's how I think.
Guys, I had a question before on the slope going up. Was there a buck slip from fire or public works that wasn't okay for getting up emergency vehicles? They had to?
I believe if I remember correctly, we didn't have any, did we have any comments?
I think it was a concern.
Yeah, we didn't have any
You know,
comments.
the grade is the slope,
I couldn't tell you exactly, but I mean, just to give you an idea, we have to get cement trucks in there.
right?
So I think a cement truck and a 100-ton crane can get up there. I think the fire trucks.
Mm. I mean, they're following the grade except for that very top section. Going across the.
How often do they have a cell tower fire?
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
The area that's designated as, what's it, historical? The, to not disturb the ground. Who has designated that?
It's the Division Historical Resources. The state.
Okay. I only see, I live right there, I walk it all the time. The only thing I see is a foundation that from the house that Chum lived in 30 years.
Oh. That's funny.
Really, yeah, that's what came up as foundation.
It's basically that,
Poured cement.
you see that hatching, the hash marks down, and that is all what is deemed as the archaeology.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
And there might be something underneath because I think there was some talk of some Native American stuff there.
Well, if you will.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I would pull it.
Oh, okay.
It's one of the old family dumps, broken glass. That's what's down.
Residential.
There is a mark on there, area of evidence for historic foundation and well site.
Okay.
Old cement.
Does someone want to take a crack at the waiver request?
I'll do it. So for site plan application 207-22. I will make a motion to approve the waiver requested from the site plan regulation section 5.02J. Requiring phone and electric lines to be placed underground.
I'll second.
All right. So we have a motion for a waiver for the not to do underground. Electric, we'll start off with you, Adam.
Yes.
David,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Jonathan,
Yes.
Sandy,
Yes.
and myself, yes. Are you still abstaining?
I don't know, do I have,
You don't have to.
not from this one, right?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
okay. Get all this.
Next, I guess
Is
one should list out the conditions.
I'll take a crack at that as well. So the potential or the conditions for approval for site plan application 207-22. Proof of bonding insurance is to be filed.
Can we actually hold on? Matt said. Is a construction bond different than a construction bond?
let me reread this here. Proof of bonding insurance for the yeah, I mean, removal is gonna be different than installation.
So what is
But I
that provision
think-
talking about?
That provision is referring to the removal bonding insurance that's typically put up for cell towers.
Removal.
Specifying.
Just say
Yes.
for removal.
All right,
Yes.
so back to the conditions of approval for application 207-22. The first is proof of bonding insurance to be filed for removal specifically. The second, receipt of Town of Bow driveway permit. The third is the alternative layout for the plan of the utility lines for the electric. The fourth is an agreement that the Board of Selectmen or its designee may enter upon the premises to inspect the facilities as it deems necessary.
All
Do
right.
you happen to know if that's included in the lease agreement already?
Yes, I think it is.
I'm sure it's not harmful if it's redundant.
Right.
here.
It's typically, the removal bonds are typically standard for us, but.
Whereas the agreement that the board can access. right,
Yes.
That's a make a,
I second it.
You seconded?
Yep.
you have to.
Hold on, those were just.
Oh.
those
Those are
are just the
conditions.
ones.
I haven't.
Oh, make the motion.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
So I'll continue by making a motion to conditionally approve application 207-22 with all of the conditions as previously listed. As the proposal complies with the zoning ordinance and the site plan regulations, given the plans presented and the waivers granted.
All right, I'll second.
All right, we have a motion seconded for application 07-22 with waivers. How do you vote, Adam?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Jonathan?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mike?
Yes.
There we go. I think that's it.
Well, except for the minutes.
That's maybe.
Yeah. I mean, quickly on here, the correspondence of the business. Yeah, we ain't gonna review that. Do we have something we can, do at home?
And there's also in your packet, I don't think it requires any action, but there is the annual report from Merrimack Station on their gypsum pile storage area. There's, I think it was a condition of approval that they report back to you.
It was in the printed pack?
Yeah,
What
it's
is it
part-
attached to?
It was at the end. It's a separate document for the.
Oh, okay.
So I don't believe it requires any action, but
We can take a look at it. and
take a look at it.
Next time,
So our minutes.
we're gonna continue the minutes also. I don't.
Yeah, for the.
Sure, let's do, can we get a motion to,
I'll make a motion to continue the review of the draft minutes from 10/20, 11/17, 12/15, and 1/5 to next planning board meeting on February 16th.
I'll second.
Mike, so I can do a roll call vote to move the minutes. Adam?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Michael? Jonathan?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And myself, yes.
Motion to adjourn. Second.
So-
Second,
Who seconded it?
I did. Everybody.
everybody.
Roll call. If anyone says no.
We don't have to roll call that one. Everyone said yes.
Hi.
February 16th.
Thank you.
Oh, my goodness. Take that with me.